team. That's Mr. Myers for the work they do to help us pull these hybrid meetings off. Thank you, gentlemen. This meeting is being live streamed as well as recorded for storage and viewing on our district website. The public can participate during hearings of individuals and delegates by signing up at the sheet by the entrance, signing up for a live audio public speaks via WebEx, which is on a form available on our website, or submitting a written statement using the BOE questions form, also available on our website. Adequate written notice of this meeting of the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education has been sent to both townships and village clerks, the Star Ledger, News Record, tapintoSoma.net, and thevillagegreen.com. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. To pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Oops, make my video. Oops, sorry about that. Okay, Mr. Burnside, can you please note for the record that no board members indicated they would be unable to attend this evening? And with that, may you please call the roll.
Board Member Susan Bergen.
Here.
Board Member Shannon Cuttle.
Here.
Board President Thayer Joshua.
Here virtually.
Board Member Anne Marie Manny.
Here.
Board Member Alyssa Malaspina.
Here.
Student Representative Noah Morse.
Here.
Board Member Chris Saban.
Here.
Board Member Aaron Siders.
Here.
Board Member Courtney Winkfield.
Here.
Board Member Johanna Wright.
I too am here and I'm virtual.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Can we move into move the minutes for the board retreat of August 5th, our regular meeting August 16th, as well as board retreat for August 26th. Any questions?
Excuse me, Mr. Board President Joshua.
Yes, I'm sorry. Can I make
virtual
a motion
hybrid?
to hold this meeting hybrid? May I have a second? Can I have a second to hold this meeting virtual, please? Oh, hybrid. Thank you, Board Member Saban. All in favor? That appears to be unanimous. Mr. Burnside? All right. I'd like to move again the minutes, approve the board minutes for our retreats on August 5th and 26th, as well as the general meeting and executive session meeting on August 16th. Any objections? All right, so moved. Let me pull this up. The school board meeting is a business meeting in public and not a meeting with the public. Oftentimes, it may appear to members of our audience that the Board of Education takes action with very little comment and in many cases unanimous vote. Before a matter is placed, superintendent is satisfied that the matter is ready to be presented to the Board of Education is then refers to appropriate board committee. Members of the board committee work with administration and superintendent to make sure members fully understand the matter. After the committee discusses the matter, it is then shared with other board members for consideration, and only then is it placed for action and discussion at a public meeting. All right, we'll now move to the public hearing. Let me just do a quick word on that. Excuse me. And on August 19th, the Board of Education sent the notice that the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education will consider and may take action to approve a new contract for Superintendent Dr. Ronald G. The public hearing that will be conducted on that matter, and it will take place prior to any board action. We will right now, as part of that, we've opened up the floor to comments. We've had people sign up through the same channels as Public Speaks, so I'm going to read out the Public Speaks language before we move forward. The board requests that you state your name and the town of yes, Ms. Butler?
Excuse me, Board President Joshua, I would just recommend
Yes.
that you read the information that you read before public speaks, that you read it before this section as well.
I'm going to do it right now. I'm doing it
Thank
right
you.
now. Yep. The board requests that you state your name and town of residence for the record. Well, let me say, this is an opportunity for you to share your concerns about this particular item, the renewal of the superintendent, well, a new superintendent's contract, but it's not a time for dialogue with the board. The board requests that you state your name and town of residence for the record. We will set the time to 2 minutes for each speaker, and we ask that you respect that time limit. We must cut you off so that it does not appear as if we're giving anyone an advantage to share their views over another individual. Speakers have the full protection of free speech during public speaks. However, this forum does not protect you from the subject of your free speech pursuing libel or slander charges. Finally, the board recommends that all members pursue the chain of command. I guess we will start with the room. Are there any sign-ups for public speaks on, well, any sign-ups for comment on the superintendent's contract in the room? Board member or Board Secretary Burnside?
There are none.
Thank you. Mr. Bonds, if you could provide the links, I don't know if there are any. There we go. Are there any, this is written comment. Okay, let's see if there are any audio first. I'll wait for 1 second while I get that information. So bear with me. Okay, let's see. Okay, here we go. All right, I don't see any on this sheet. If you could share the other sheet, the other audio sheet, there might be some there. Just wait 1 second, folks. Apologize for the delay. Okay. I don't see, well, we're just gonna have to go in order because I don't see any, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't see any way to delineate, so I'll ask in order. Is there an Alex Steinberg on?
No, there is not.
Okay. The next sign up is Amy Venero.
Hello, Amy Venero, can you hear us? You are unmuted.
While we wait, Amy Venero, are you here to discuss the superintendent's contract or another matter on the agenda this evening? I can't hear, so I don't know if Amy Venero is speaking and I just can't hear.
No.
Okay, thank you. The next audio public speaks I see here is for a James Davis.
Board President Joshua?
Yes.
I'm sorry again. I just wanted to make sure that individuals who are going to speak during this segment of public speaks are limited to the superintendent's contract, and the regular public speaks will be in its normal place, and that the decision for the presentation of a new contract was based upon the ability of a superintendent to request a new contract once the salary cap was eliminated in New Jersey. I believe that there have been some inquiries, so I wanted to make sure that individuals understood that that's how we got to where we are today, that it is perfectly permissible in light of the elimination of the salary cap, which had been in place for so long.
Thank you, Ms. Butler. Do we have Mr. Davis on?
I do not see Mr. Davis on.
Okay, thank you. That will take care of the audio. Now, we can bring these, obviously bring these folks back when we get to the regular public speaks. I just wanted to ensure that we had the opportunity. So bear with me 1 second. I did see Mr. Bonds, you shared another link with me. All right, let's see if you give me a few. Oh, this is pretty long. So give me a few minutes. I'm trying to figure out if there are any here that are definitely about the superintendent. Okay, so far, no. Okay. No. Let's keep going. Bear with me, my apologies. Alrighty. No. So far, none at this time. No. 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 Thank everybody who came here to hear me say no a lot. Sorry for the delay. So far, no. We're halfway through, just so for those, my colleagues, list. No. Still nothing. Okay, there are none. So wait, where are you guys? I lost you on the screen. Okay, that concludes the public hearing.
Wait, we did get emails.
I mean,
They don't count?
Usually our public speaks go through one of the representative public channels, and the same applies for the superintendent's contract. Any email that comes to us is not necessarily public speaks.
Okay, just checking.
Thank you. Thank you. That concludes our public hearing. I'd like to make a motion to move forward. I believe it, I'll make sure I get it right. Resolution 4203. May I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Burnside, I'm sure you know who that was better than me. So thank you. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. We are now, at discussion. Obviously, this is a personnel issue, so any discussion?
Do I get to just speak? Are we going?
I think it's hard for board
Yeah.
president to see, so.
Okay, I don't know
Board
how
Member
we
Cuddle,
want.
can you
Board
just,
Member
Board Member
Malspina.
Cuddle, can you do this?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry.
Board Member Malspina.
I am proposing that we table this resolution because the public has not had a chance to see the contract, so I don't understand how they can comment or vote on a contract that they did not get a chance to see. We did not put it up on our website or put it anywhere for them to be able to see it.
Thank you for that comment, Board Member Malaspina. If you want to table it, you can make a motion to table it.
I would like to make a motion to table it.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, Mr. Burnside, can you call the roll on a motion to table Resolution 4203?
Board Member Bergen,
No?
Board Member Cuddle,
No.
Board President Joshua,
No.
Board Member Manny,
No.
Board Member Malaspina,
Yes.
Board Member Saban,
No.
Board Member Siders,
No.
Board Member Wingfield,
No.
Board Member Wright.
Yes.
Motion to close discussion.
Second?
Does that mean I can't comment?
It's a personnel issue, so if you want to comment, please tread lightly as we always do.
Oh, absolutely. Before I can really talk about this, I was wondering, we have divided towns who have lost trust in the district. And we can't blame COVID because other districts that haven't eroded trust. And we're coming here. I'd like to ask Dr. Taylor why he chose right now to do this as opposed to later on, especially knowing if you know, when we vote for increments and things like that, it will be retroactive because we haven't really seen, we don't have anything to really hold accountable for in terms of school openings and things of that nature. I don't see the problem, you know, in waiting to get this. Like, I'd just like to know why right now we're doing this in September.
Board Member Wright, that question was answered when we had our discussions in negotiations about the contract. So with that being said, I am going to make a motion to close discussion. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? All right, Mr. Burnside, can you please call the roll to close discussion because it doesn't appear to be unanimous? Thank you.
Board Member Wright, Board Member Wright,
You're muted, Board Member Wright.
Sorry, no.
Board Member Wingfield,
Yes.
Board Member Siders,
Yes.
Board Member Saban,
Yes.
Board Member Malaspina,
No.
Board Member Manny,
Yes.
Board President Joshua,
Yes.
Board Member Cuddle,
Yes.
Board Member Bergen.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. I'd like to now call the roll I'd like you to call the roll for 4203. I'll read it into the public record, which is approve agreement for the superintendent of schools. Be it resolved that the Board of Education approves an agreement with the superintendent of schools for the period of July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2024. And be it further resolved that the president of the Board of Education is authorized to execute the agreement with the superintendent on behalf of the board. As an explanation, the appointment is subject to the terms and conditions set forth in the contract, which has been shared with the board, which has been approved by the executive county superintendent, and that the board president is authorized to execute on behalf of the board. Can you please call the roll?
Board Member Bergen.
Yes.
Board Member Cuddle.
Yes.
Board President Joshua.
Yes.
Board Member Manning.
Yes.
Board Member Malaspina.
I am voting no tonight because I think it is unacceptable that the district and this board is asking the public to comment on an agreement. It has little to no opportunity to review
Point of
prior
order, we
to
don't
their
have-
comments.
Point of
I
order.
question the time.
Point of order.
Point of order. Thank you.
At this time.
Board Member Saban.
Yes.
Board Member Siders.
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield.
Yes.
Board Member Wright.
I am voting no, and I would like to have a little civility here at this board meeting. Everybody has a right to their opinion, but you don't have a right to be mean and nasty. Thank you.
The point of orders are, we all agreed to stick to the rules of, Robert's Rules of Order, and we don't comment on our votes.
Point of order. I've got your point of
Right
order.
to comment on our vote.
President, you are not the president.
Board Member Wright, the point of order, as we know, is part of Robert's Rules of Order of keeping discussions moving in an orderly fashion. You know, commenting on our votes is detrimental to that effort. Something we all agreed to pay more attention to closely, and as you'll see in our revised board goals. So thank you for that.
Yeah, I'm talking about when I spoke, when I had what I had to say, and you came back very curt. That was very rude, President Joshua. You need
I
to get
disagree.
yourself.
I disagree, and thank you for that feedback. Thank you, Mr. Burnside. I believe we're now going to
Back and
move on
listen
to.
how you're speaking.
I do that at every board meeting. I appreciate the comments, Board Member Wright. And two wrongs don't make it right, so please don't cut me off while I'm speaking. Thank you again, Mr. Burnside, for calling the roll. I believe we're now at the superintendent's monthly report, and so for that, I'm going to turn this part of the meeting over to Dr. Taylor, and further, as needed, to Board Member Cuddle as I need to be. Thank you all, and have a wonderful evening.
Hello to our South Orange and Maplewood School District community. Today marked the 5th day of our school year. I had an opportunity to visit each of our school buildings. Our SLT, the school leadership team, and I have witnessed our outdoor lunch protocols, as well as many other mitigation efforts that were put forward by our fall reopening task force. We were beyond pleased with what we saw. Seeing our students in person and witnessing their interactions with classmates and staff has been so heartwarming. I sincerely thank our task force members, Nurse Porter, our departments of health, our principals, our teachers, our support staff, our parent volunteers, and of course, our students, for your commitment to a successful start of our school year. Thank you to our State Commissioner of Education, our township leaders, and others who contributed your time to our virtual staff convocation. As has been stated many times, the last 18 months have been arduous for us all. We are continuing our commitment to do all we can to return to as much normalcy as possible. This statement, of course, is not a decree that our start has been perfect. No school year starts perfectly. There will always be challenges. However, our commitment is to do all we can to keep our students and staff safe while keeping their daily engagement consistent. On another note, this evening, our Board of Education approved an employee agreement that we have negotiated. While no one could have predicted that the majority of my tenure would be, thus far, during a pandemic, I would not change my decision to join the South Orange and Maplewood School District family. We've done so much together in a short period of time. The realization of an intentional integration plan that was still being researched and considered when I arrived. We have now placed the first class, well over 500 students, via our board-approved intentional integration algorithm, in partnership with a renowned expert in the field. We've broken ground on 4 multi-million-dollar construction projects, a part of our long-range facilities plan that was locally approved but not yet fully adopted in July of 2019 when I arrived. We've created a public-facing platform that provides our parents with access to our curriculum while also supporting our teachers and administrators. We have distributed thousands of Chromebooks to our students and launched learning management systems that allow us to not only teach virtually when necessary, but it also helps our students to develop their executive functioning skills during a time when staying on task for any of us is an ever-growing challenge. The high-level positions in our district that were held by interim leaders are now served by full-time district administrators, including the principal of our flagship Columbia High School. Our reimagined central office design now reflects our commitment to access and equity, as well as curricular development, academic rigor, and social-emotional learning. Our Board of Education's governance committee structure was reimagined and realigned to ensure that our policies are at the forefront of our work. Lastly, our communications are now pushed out to our community and families regularly via many platforms, including relaunched social media accounts, digital newsletters, text blasts, and robocalls, including messages that now go to our Columbia High School students directly. This was a recommendation of our previous board rep, student board rep. In the beginning of my tenure, we discussed the growth mindset becoming a tenet of our district, our commitment to being a learning community, to understand and commit to the fact that we believe in the value of growth, not just for our students, but for us all, that we all are lifelong learners, not complete products or the sum of what some view as our talents. Our journey is far from complete, and our work is, of course, admittedly far from perfect. However, I'm very proud of what we have done together and what we will accomplish for our students in the future as we continue to grow together. So thank you to our Board of Education. And it's now my pleasure to present to the board and the community. I would call him famous, but I'll just call him brilliant for now. Dr. Eddie Fergus, a renowned expert in matters of equity and education. Mr. Fergus, the floor is yours. Dr. Fergus, the floor is yours.
So why, if she, I'm trying to understand, I guess, a point of order here. She is allowed to stay, though we are not voting on anything, but she has to recuse herself from a vote. But I am also not, I have to go move to the audience, even though I will be recused.
Board Member Malaspina, this is an issue with which the Ethics Commission has already determined there are certain areas in which you cannot participate. And as we discussed in executive session with you, that by sitting in the horseshoe, it gives the impression that you are a participant in this presentation. And that is something that exceeds what the School Ethics Commission has permitted. So that's why you've been asked to sit in the audience rather than sit at the horseshoe with the other board members.
I understand that, but if another board member needs to recuse themselves also, why is that board
Point of
member
order?
not?
I'm sorry, Board Member Malaspina, I'm sorry, it's.
I was not involved in the conversation in closed session. I was not given the opportunity.
Point of order.
Okay, your decision.
Welcome, Dr. Fergus. You may begin your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I was just trying to keep track of who's talking, watching the little red lights. Thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to share with you all some of the findings from this report in this format. Particularly, you know, that this is the last component of the set of contracted work that myself and my team are slated to do. So I'm excited about sort of as part of the closure to have this opportunity to kind of really, you know, share this information back with you. I'm going to try to be diligent with what I'm going to present in terms of this report in such a way that I'm going to give sort of very broad strokes around the stuff that's in the report. I'm sure it was sort of reading nearly 80 pages worth of a whole bunch of stuff. But I want to make sure that in this PowerPoint I just lift up the major stuff, and then at the back end I'm going to talk a little bit extensively around the set of recommendations, and then open it up for Q&A, right, from all of you all in terms of what particular sort of thoughts or reactions you have in terms of this report. I know Mr. Bonds will be guiding the PowerPoint, so and then I have a PowerPoint here so I can just keep track of what are the set of slides. So with that being said, let's go ahead. All right, so I'm going to just provide a little bit of overview of the project, talk about the major findings, review the recommendations, and then just discuss any feedback or thoughts that folks have around the findings, and then close it out. All right, so just as a quick recap, you know, there are several components in the South Orange Maplewood School District and BPW agreement components that particularly I was connected to, right, that were written in, that both parties sort of discussed with me prior to the finalization of this. And I just want to quickly remind us, right? So the major component of it was really this first bullet, which is around this evaluation and assessment of specific needs of the district regarding supplemental program to remediate the effects of tracking and leveling, particularly for African-American students and other groups within the school district. Like that's the big crux of in the agreement that I was necessarily tasked to support in this endeavor. I also was asked to provide a set of recommendations that were, that I organized in such a way that from the assessment, this equity audit that I did, to provide sort of some space to be able to talk as much as is appropriate regarding those other set of bullets that are also laid out there. I will say, you know, I'll be able to touch a little bit on the first three bullets. The last bullet is one that of particular, I know that, and I think the superintendent already talked to you, mentioned around sort of the set of lane of work regarding the type of manner of redistribution of student populations across the district. I know the superintendent had reached out to me, maybe about a year ago or so, in terms of recommendations of experts in the field who do this particular type of targeted work. So that's the sort of the realm of recommendation that I actually did in that area, right? For all intents and purposes, I know what I know how to do. In terms of sort of algorithms around integration, that is not within my wheelhouse, but I recommended others who do this well. So I wanted to sort of do a quick recap around that. So the next slide. Oh yeah, I forgot I had animations on there. Yeah, you can skip through those. Thank you. So we did this audit, right, that obviously, as I said, aligns with the agreement. We conducted this over a 5-month period from about December 2020 to about April 2021, right? There was two major phases of this work with a particular attention around, one, collecting sort of what's the school level practices that are happening that are related to to how students end up in particularly sort of more advanced classes, right? We also had a second phase, which is around conducting focus groups and survey of staff, right? So for all intents and purposes, just what are examples of how schools do the work, and what are the perceptions of those who are experiencing this set of work? How are they making sense of it, right? And so those are the two big phases of data collection that we did. And the intention of it was to provide a set of, an assessment of what's existing in a way, and a set of recommendations that are about supporting the district's efforts. So I'm just going to give a little bit more around the data collection. So if you go to the next slide. We had a great deal of, in each one of the data collection phases. So the first one, which was focused on the school artifacts, we met frequently with the principals of all three schools, meaning the two middle schools and the high school, in terms of laying out what are the set of artifacts that we need to really sort of to be able to identify and understand sort of the sequence of activities that are happening there. And I'm sure, as you all saw in the report, what that artifact list necessarily looked like. I worked very closely with Dr. Perez in terms of doing a lot of follow-up, right? And I particularly and I want to be cognizant of the timing in which all this happened, right? This is in the midst of not just sort of the recognition of the remote learning priorities that were existing in the school district and every school district in terms of trying to sort of gather this set of information. We had hoped to be able to do the bulk of this sort of data collection in such a way that we would be done within 2 to 3 months, and we ended up having to extend it further out because, as we all know, there was a lot of stuff going on, right? So that first and second phase of data collection, particularly the interviews and surveys, just took us longer, right? And it took us longer because, and I have to be respectful of the fact that folks had a lot of stuff going on, but in their personal lives, in terms of trying to juggle sort of the realities of having, kids at home learn, where their classrooms have become their bedrooms, or their bedrooms become their classrooms, and also parents having to parent, and work at the same time. So the reality that we were left with was that, we didn't get to level of response patterns in the number of artifacts that we got from our schools, and as well as the survey and interview responses. So we went with what we got, and we stayed within what made the most sense for us to do the best level of analysis. And you'll see that in terms of what I share out. I will say that one particular area that we decided not to include in terms of any data was in terms of data that came from student interviews or surveys, right? After multiple months of ongoing sort of trying to garner student participation in interviews and surveys, we just did not get the volume that was representative of what we needed to really target, right? Because, as a researcher, being part of a university, I have to make sure I follow human subjects guidelines. So we had to get parent permission first before we could reach out to students. And initially, we got a little over 100 parents who gave permission. And then once we did that, then we were able to reach out to the students of those 100 plus permissions, right? And with support from Mr. Bonds, we were able to sort of do that direct outreach to those students via their emails, particularly their South Orange School District emails, right? And any other emails that the parents gave us access to. And then we just waited. And then we just kept bombarding kids with emails. And at the end of the day, we ended up with about 10 students who actually responded to the surveys, right? And that group of 10 was not representative of the racial ethnic makeup of the school district. So it just did not make sense for us in any shape or form to use any information that we may have garnered from students. So I will say that that's the one stakeholder group that we just really did not get insight around. But putting that aside, we got a great deal of information that I think really that you will find illuminating, or I'm sure you found illuminating in terms of reading the report. So let's go through the next slides, which really just to give you a sense of sort of who responded, who participated. Next slide. So in terms of focus group participation, we had you'll see the two columns, the total number that signed up. Again, this is all voluntary, right? And then the total that were interviewed. So we had about 26 staff across the 3 schools that signed up, and about 10 who we actually were able to interview. In terms of parent and community members, we had about 103 that signed up. We ended up interviewing about 34, right? One of the things that we tried to do is we also used what we call a snowball effect strategy, which was anybody who we interviewed, we asked them, do you know of another parent that would be interested, right? Please give them our info, right? So we were trying to do this snowball strategy both with staff and with parents to really try to get as many individuals to show up for interviews. We had a lot of no-shows, as you can see in terms of the total signed up and the total that were interviewed, right? And again, we try to be responsive and respectful of the fact that folks were living through a pandemic, right? And so their priorities may not have always, their lived realities may have complicated the degree to which they could participate in some of these set of activities. Next slide. In terms of surveys, this is the staff survey responses, right? We had a total of about 32 staff that responded to the survey. As you can see, the distribution of staff who did respond, the majority came from, of this 32 came from Columbia High School. Go to the next slide. Same thing in terms of staff. Of those 32, 31 identified their current role in the school district. The majority who responded identified their role as a teacher. Next slide. Of parent and community members who responded to the survey, as you will see, the majority are residents in the school district, right? So if you look at the first 2 responses, which is I live and work in South Orange, or I live in South Orange and work elsewhere. The majority of the respondents are actual individuals who live in the school district. And we wanted to make sure, because we know that surveys like this, because they're open, they're voluntary, we wanted to find a way to be able to manage whose data we actually looked at, right? We wanted to make sure we weren't saturated with individuals who were not part of the school district or were not part of the community and including them in our final analysis. Next slide. And then in terms of the parents' community response patterns, of those who identified what schools their children attended, this is the distribution that you saw, with the highest number, obviously, the majority being from Columbia High School, and then followed by South Orange Middle School, and then Maplewood. So, next slide. So, as a quick next slide. Oh, there we go. And then the last point is, if we look at the distribution in terms of responses, again, we want to be responsive to understand who are the constituents who are represented in these, in the surveys particularly. And this is only survey. This is not the focus groups, right? Because as you can imagine, right, focus groups are not necessarily, they are not an avenue to ask anyone, please identify your race or ethnicity. We weren't going to use any visuals to do that type of coding on our team. And also, we also have to be responsive to the fact that the folks didn't have their cameras on, right, during some of these interviews, right? We just knew that there were parents who had kids in schools and wanted to participate. But in terms of the survey, in terms of self-report, among the, I think it's 240 parents that responded, about 189 actually identified their race ethnicity, and this is the pattern of distribution, while the majority identified as white. And then lastly, before we jump into the first set of findings, just as a quick recap, the largest number of participants in terms of parents in particular have kids attending the school district, most of them coming from the high school and South Orange Middle. The pattern in terms of race or ethnic identification, majority were female, and the particular is the largest income group of parents. There was also a self-report in terms of household income, were the largest group, 40% identified that their household incomes were 200K plus, right? Followed by another at around 100K. So we wanted to include that because we knew that there was a socioeconomic divide that exists within the community, and we wanted to know and understand to what degree is the responses representative also of that economic differences that exist within South Orange Maplewood School District. And lastly, over 98% of participants self-report that they have at least a bachelor's degree. All right, so let's jump into the first set of findings. So the first one that we highlight here is in terms of the process for how kids are being enrolled in the advanced types of courses, right? And so one of the key things that we identified in the review of, and this is in particular to the set of documents that we received from the middle schools and the high school, was that there was a level of curricular misalignment that when we look at it, that alongside the outcome patterns, we noted that there is this strong potential for those misalignments to add to the patterns of disparity that are apparent in who's ending up in the most advanced courses. And in particular, sort of the long-term, or what we call sort of the domino effect of the curricular misalignment. So what do we mean by that? So if we go to the next slide, what we first wanted to make sure that we understood is, well, what's the process to which students are making decisions around their math course selection, particularly starting at the 6th grade level, right? So what we learned was, and I'm sure you all are familiar with this at the middle school, and some of you probably experienced this, is that as students were coming into middle school, students and parents were making decisions as to which math courses in particular they were choosing to enter, right? And that particular process involved one, providing parents and students information around it, and for some, it involved an opportunity to be counseled with, whether it's guidance counselors, and there was another individual or role, I can't remember off the top of my head, that was also involved, or that parents could ask to understand a little bit more. But at the core of what we understood from the document, and as well as the conversation with staff, is that it was really primed by the parents, right? So the set of information that parents were receiving really came through what's called the Math Night events, right? We were fortunate that the middle schools provided us information. Actually, they gave us the Math Night events from this past year. So we had, in some ways, real-time sort of information to see, like, oh, what do these Math Nights really involve? And so some of what was clear that was being provided in terms of information was, it was explaining the course selection process, how the courses are available at each grade level. And they were trying to clarify, and the staff also clarified any distinctions that existed across the courses, right? So what's the difference between, Algebra 1 and Algebra 2, or pre-algebra and algebra, right? Those types of points of clarification. But what was known was that it was a very critical decision point that parents were making for their students at this 6th grade level. Now, in noting that sort of decision making, we need to understand, well, what is this pathway that parents and students are placing their child on in terms of math? Now, we honed in, just as a clarification point, if I didn't say this already, we went with math as a focal point for a couple of reasons. One, when in terms of the artifacts that we receive, that was the one content area that we had consistent set of information from the middle schools and high school that we could look directly at. We had some examples from English language arts, but it was inconsistent for us to be able to see across the middle schools and the high school. And we didn't want to stretch our assessment into that area if we didn't have consistent information. With math, we had enough consistent information that we could do a close assessment of. And what we garnered in terms of seeing the selection process, was that 6th grade is an important pathway point for our kids. And so what does that look like? So if we go to the next slide, and this one may be a little hard for folks to see. Yes, it's always, this is a graphic that we got from the schools. that was generated within the schools that outlines and was shared. My understanding is shared with parents so that they can understand the sequencing of courses that are outlined in terms of math, right? So if you look at the green column, the green is reflective of of what's existing around kids' selection at the 6th grade level in terms of 6th grade math or 6th grade pre-algebra. And then from there, making decisions, those courses that they start with in 6th grade have a particular pathway of courses that they're sequenced into after that, right? What became a particular interest is understanding the degree to which those pathways are malleable or are they fixed, right? And when we compared it to the outcome data, it appears as if those pathways are fixed, right? And not as malleable as may be implied by, you'll see the lines are dotted, right? Which implies that there's malleability. Like let's say, in 6th grade, a student may not have met their or have reached their sort of math proclivity, but maybe when 9th grade, it just, something like clicks for them, like, now I understand algebra, right? Well, the outcome data appears as if that there is very little movement that students are making, and particularly when we looked at it by race ethnicity, which really became sort of the core concern, is that it's on this pathway, it looks malleable, but when we look at it in actuality, there is very little malleability that's actually happening with kids, and particularly by race ethnicity, right? That we are seeing some fixed patterns, and I'll show you in a little bit. So the other component we wanted to look at directly was understanding, so starting from 6th grade, what is it that curricular-wise students are getting exposed to? So if we go to the next slide, one of the things that we identified was that there's a disparity in instructional time in terms of what kids are getting exposed to starting in 6th grade, right? And we did 6th grade because we actually got a scope and sequence for 6th grade, right? So again, we got this great juicy set of information, artifacts from the schools, which is really important for us that allowed us to lean into this. So a couple of big sort of patterns that we noted. The scope and sequence for grade 6 math. And just to remind, there's grade 6 math and grade 6 pre-algebra, right? The grade 6 pre-algebra puts you on a trajectory, right, that gives you a greater degree of access or probability access around AP calculus, right? Versus grade 6 math, that particular gets you to pre-calc potentially, or algebra 2, or what's called discrete math, which I'm not sure exactly what that's necessarily, what type of math that is, right? But, so starting in 6th grade, grade 6 math, grade 6 pre-algebra, so the scope and sequence, and for those who are not familiar, scope and sequence is basically outlining what is the set of activities that we are doing in building up the skills and knowledge base of students in a particular content area. Every content area, or every discipline, has to have a scope and sequence, right? It is critically important to have a scope and sequence. Staff needs to know where they're going with their kids, right? And what's expected and how that aligns with standards and the assessments, the state assessments that kids are expected to be tested up against. So in grade 6 math, the scope and sequence has outlined 165 planned instructional days, while the pre-algebra class at 6th grade has 170 planned instructional days. So there's 5 additional days of instructional time that are in the pre-algebra in grade 6 versus in grade 6 math, right? Which that raised a question as to why is this differential in terms of 5 instructional days. The other dynamic that we also saw in the scope and sequence is that in the grade 6 math, of that 165 days, 5 days are outlined for what's called habits of mind and growth mindset, right? So back to Dr. Taylor's notation around growth mindset being a anchor, particularly social emotional sort of approach that it lives within the school. we noted that it's existing in the grade 6 math curriculum, or 5 days of that 165 days are allocated for that, while in the grade 6 pre-algebra scope and sequence, it does not, right? So that raised several questions for us. One is, why or how did the curriculum arrive at having habits of mind, I want to make sure I call it habits of mind and growth mindset to be part of the grade 6 math, but not part of grade 6 pre-algebra? Is there a set of information that is being primed as a presumption around the mindset orientation of kiddos who are coming into grade 6 math that is not presumed about grade 6 pre-algebra kids, right? So those are 5 days there. So the concern became that we first had the 165 and 170 days. So we already saw a 5-day differential in terms of instructional time. Now we have an additional 5 days of differential again. So that leaves us with 10 days of differential instructional time that grade 6 math students are getting, right? Less than the students who are in grade 6 pre-algebra, right? So for us, it became a concern of this type of difference of instructional time, which any educator will tell you, it's like we want to have as much time in front of kids, really helping them do skill development, knowledge, application as much as possible. And so when we have these types of sort of differences, it raises a concern as to how that becomes additive over time. Without seeing the 7th grade scope and sequence or the 8th grade scope and sequence, we raised the concern as to whether or not there is other areas or other sort of grade levels in which there's that type of disparate sort of instructional time being lost or differences existing across those. Next slide. So we wanted to see, so who's ending up in these different courses, right? So we looked at last year's 8th grade students and last year's 9th grade students to see, and looked at it by race, ethnicity to understand who's showing up where, right? So just to kind of orient you in terms of this graph, the blue bar represents for each racial or ethnic group represents their overall enrollment, right, in the secondary schools, right? So take, for example, let's look at Black students. Black students are 26% of enrollment, right? And I use what's called a proportional analysis, meaning given everything being equal, there should be a proportional representation of students in the different educational practices that are being offered up to our kids, right? So if Black kids are 26% of student enrollment, there should be a proportional representation. But what we were actually seeing, as you see here in the 8th grade, Black students are 20% of Algebra 1 enrollment and 48% of pre-algebra and 8% of geometry, right? While in the inverse, right, we look at the other major subgroup that is also represented here, which is our white students, they're 56% of enrollment, 66% of Algebra 1, 34% of pre-algebra, and 71% of geometry, right? So here we start seeing a differential in terms of, or disproportionate representation of student groups by race, ethnicity, in relation or in proportion to their overall enrollment, right? And this is at the 8th grade juncture, right? So this is after a couple of years of what's been outlined as a scope and sequence, and kids already started in their grade 6 math or grade 6 pre-algebra. So so the next analysis that we did, and if we go to the next slide, was what's called a relative risk ratio, meaning given what's transpired, what's the likelihood that this is happening for various groups? Just to orient you real quickly, if you look to the left, you will see the axis that gives you, that starts at 0. What we want to do in relative risk ratio, 1.0 means equal risk, meaning all things being equal, we want every group to be as close to 1.0, right? Anything above 1.0 is an elevated risk or elevated chance of something transpiring. Anything below 1.0 means a reduced risk or a reduced likelihood. So just to quickly orient you. So if we go to, let's do our Asian Pacific Islander where it says 2.36. Our Asian Pacific Islander student populations, they are a little over or 2.3 times more likely compared to all other students to end up in geometry in 8th grade. While they are 0.36, meaning they are 0.64 less likely to end up in algebra or to be in Algebra 1 in 8th grade compared to all other students. Or another way of saying it is they're 64% less likely to end up to be in Algebra 1 in 8th grade, right? They're more likely, right? They're 2.3 times more likely to be in geometry by 8th grade. And if we look back to that nice little figure of the pathways, right? That geometry by 8th grade puts them on a very fixed sort of trajectory of ending up in very specific courses by the time they're in high school, and particularly 9th grade. So if we look across, of greatest concern are that by 8th grade, Black students have the greatest likelihood of being in pre-algebra in 8th grade. Latinx students have the greatest probability of being in pre-algebra as well, and less likely to be in Algebra 1 and geometry in 8th grade. So this goes back to what's malleable and what's fixed, right? Because these data points are giving us an indication that by 8th grade, there is a particular pattern that's existing in terms of who's ending up by race ethnicity in these set of courses. So if we go to the next slide, we wanted to see, well, okay, so that's 8th grade. So let's look at 9th grade. Do we see a similar pattern, right? And so what we saw in 9th grade is a very fixed orientation in terms of the same racial ethnic groups ending up in the pathway that's outlined from grade 6 math versus grade 6 pre-algebra. So again, if we look at our Black students, they're 38% of enrollment in this particular at the high school, and they're 57% of Algebra 1, 17% of Algebra 2, 57% of geometry, and 28% of geometry honors. So while we see a complete inverse pattern amongst our white students. We go to the next slide. Next slide. Okay, you'll see the relative risk ratio again. And again, you will see the exact same patterns that we saw in 8th grade in terms of the particular subgroups that are existing in the course sequences that are tied to either grade 6 math or grade 6 pre-algebra, right? So our Black students at this particular juncture in 9th grade, we're seeing they have the greatest likelihood of being in Algebra 1 in 9th grade. And as well as in geometry in 9th grade, while less likely, actually about 67% less likely to be in Algebra 2, and 36% less likely to be in geometry, while we see the complete inverse with our white student population, who is more than 2 times more likely to be in Algebra 2 honors in 9th grade. So this particular sort of pattern here of seeing this outcome and seeing it in relation to the pathway, and as well as looking at the differences of instructional time, raise a great deal of concern as to what type of math pathway kids are, how do we remedy these particular patterns, knowing that there's issues around how much instructional time they're getting, right, that they're getting exposed to on a continuous basis, and as well as the degree of malleability that's actually truly available for our students in that middle school sort of trajectory. And we're going to project that it's also that is potentially also existing within the high school setting. All right, so let's go to the next set of slides. I'm going to go through these a little quicker, right? What parents and staff really shared was that this particular issue around sort of who's ending up in the most advanced courses is something that has historically been existing here in the school district, right? There are a lot of different stories that parents were sharing in terms of, particularly of their own children, and as to how they were ending up in particular sequences of courses. For some parents, they were unclear, particularly, I will say, I do remember a couple of focus groups where there were a handful of parents whose children were in the more advanced courses, were unclear how that happened, right? Didn't necessarily know which juncture things happen, but do remember that they had to make a decision about courses, and really relied on, or for some of them, they said that they talked to their kid's teacher, or they happened to, that's what some of them said, happened to talk to a counselor about sort of what classes do you think my kid should be in, where should that transpire. And so if we go to the next slide, there were several parents who we deduced by some of the conversations that they were describing that they identified as African American, talked about sort of a long-standing history of these types of sort of tracts, for lack of a better term, existing in the school district, and that the lowest tract being primarily populated specifically by African American students. There were a couple of parents who also shared their concern about the growth of Latinx student populations also ending up in the math tracks that are not advanced. We go to the next slide. There is, I think I made this point already in terms of that it is they perceive the choice as only available at the middle school, right? That after that, and I do remember one parent saying, I don't think I've ever been asked ever again, where should my child go in terms of their math sequence, right? But they remember that middle school juncture, right? And so that raises, again, really raises the degree to which that pathway, that decision-making point, how malleable it really is, particularly given that the dotted lines really give the impression that there's opportunities for movements to actually occur. Next slide. There were some parents who shared that they were unclear with some of the communication around this particular decision-making point at the middle school juncture, and wish that they had greater opportunities to ask their clarifying questions, right? We were unsure if they're beyond the math night events that transpired, if there were other follow-up types of events that were available. Again, we just relied on whatever was given to us, and we're not always clear if there was sort of, in working with the principals, they gave us as much as they could that was readily available for them to kind of provide for us. Next slide. So this particular finding, again, parents and staff brought up, so if we go to the next slide, that there is a sentiment of an overall sort of lack of diversity, particularly when it comes to curriculum. A variety of parents gave their own personalized examples to which they noted that a teacher made particular content available for their kids, but when they asked other parents who were in other classes, they noted that that wasn't necessarily available to them as well. So for example, one parent talked about how a staff member, and I can't remember if this was middle school or high school that they were referring to, talked about scientists, African-American scientists within the class as part of the content that they were covering, but they noted that when they were talking to other parents who were in other science classes, they weren't getting that type of exposure, right? So you had a variety of parents who kind of gave those examples, and as well as staff who identified that if that was transpiring, it was really a sort of part of the proclivity of the staff who were interested in doing that type of enhanced attention to culture responsive pedagogy within the middle school and high school. So if we go to the next slide, here's the example around the science teacher that this particular parent surfaced. If we can go to the next slide as well. Staff also were concerned around some of not just the degree to which cultural responsive pedagogy was part of the curriculum development, but in particular discussions around race. And I think given the moment in which we were having these sets of dialogues, there were some conversations that were being brought up in terms of the degree to which, and this is staff saying this, as to whether or not the staff were in a place to be able to know how to do that type of curricular integration, right? I do remember there's somebody bringing up in one of the focus groups regarding how do we talk about what is transpiring within the Asian American community, right? This was staff who were, and what they landed on is, or what they shared was that they were just unsure of how to approach it, right? They had no sort of real guideposts that they could draw from to kind of help them know how to move that forward, that type of conversation. Next slide, please. Now, so one of the findings that we also noted is that parents they maintained a high level of satisfaction with school quality, right? Meaning, do they find, we asked parents around, do you feel that the principal's communicating with you sufficiently, right? Are you getting in general, do you feel welcomed when you come to the school? There was a high level of which parents actually felt connected, or level of satisfaction with the school. So if we go to the next slide, and I'm not going to go through all this, but in general, parents felt, that they agreed that their child feels challenged at the school academically, or my child enjoys school. There was a great deal of satisfactions that parents noted. If we go to the next slide, one of the interesting things, and this is particularly in the survey data, the parents talked about how, and it came out a little bit in the focus groups, that their kids were finding ways to do their own integration work, right? Meaning the kids were in some ways sort of had their own, building up their own muscles to know how to have cross-cultural experiences with their peers. The question we wondered about is, in what types of spaces is it happening, right? Particularly given that especially if we just look at just the example of math, that there may not be a great deal of diversity present in those set of courses that give an opportunity for a range of kids to interact with people that are different than them, for them to kind of practice that integration work. So because we didn't get to talk to kids, we don't know, where is it happening? How are kids kind of developing that cross-cultural skill, right? Because they're in particular, or at least in math, that may not necessarily be the venue to which it's happening readily, right? If we go to the next slide, some of the questions that we asked parents, and you all saw in the report, we were asking a range of parents, what are their perceptions of opportunity, right? In terms of, do you see there being equitable opportunities available for kids throughout the school system? What was interesting is that there was a general sort of, like for example, that statement, I believe some students are getting more advantages or opportunities to enroll in advanced classes, right? There was a difference when we looked at it by race ethnicity among parents, right? Where Black parents, in their response to this particular statement, that they did believe that there was differential opportunities, right? While white parents, only 41% of parents agreed that there was differential opportunities, and another 43% of white parents in particular neither agreed or disagreed. So they were a little ambivalent, right? They were neutral as to knowing whether or not there's differential opportunities that was being made available for their kids. So though there was a level of satisfaction that was existing, there was also a pattern to which, when we looked at it by race ethnicity, that parents saw or experienced the school differently within their own affinity groups. And then if we go to the next slide, parents self-report having different cross-cultural experiences. So what's interesting about South Orange Maplewood, and I can say this having interacted within this school district for the last 3-4 years, right, that there's a lot of explicit ways in which the community is trying to do cross-cultural work, right? So, and it was apparent in the survey responses, particularly around asking parents, what's the degree to which you're interacting with people that are different from you? And there was a high response pattern in terms of parents noting that particular pattern. Okay, the last finding, if we go to the next slide, I think this is the last finding. Yes, it is, finding 5. And then I'm going to talk through some recommendations. So there's a set of items in the survey that they participated in to identify, particularly among staff, the degree to which staff maintained a level of racial comfort, color blindness, deficit thinking, particular types of belief systems as part of or sitting alongside their own pedagogical practices, right? Because it's not just a matter of what you know how to do, but what you also believe that also it implicates the way in which you orient your behavior, right? So we make decisions around or what types of things we actually do, right? Is predicated on the set of beliefs that we have, right? So we make decisions around, what we put, lawn signs that we put up, right? Because as I was driving in, I saw a lot of lawn signs, right? So that's a particular behavior that folks are putting up that is driven by a particular belief system that folks maintain. And so we wanted to sort of understand what are the belief systems that staff maintain as we look at it, as we look at particular habits of practice. Now, again, this is only 32 staff who participated in this survey, so it's a very small sample for us to be able to talk directly about. So if we go to the next slide, staff maintain a level of comfort in talking about race. At least they explicitly self-report, thinking or talking about race makes me feel uncomfortable. There was a great deal of disagreement with that statement, right? Which means that staff are, to a degree, comfortable talking about, or at least expressing or thinking about it in terms of race. And as well as are very clear around sort of how they disagree with particular stereotypes. So for example, the statement around academically, Asian students do not have to work as hard as other students to get good grades. The majority, 96% of the staff who responded disagreed with that statement, right? Which means that they disagree with sort of stereotypes that are existing around particular groups. If we go to the next slide, what we did note, though, is though there is sort of that level of comfort, there's also variation in terms of their expectations for kids by different performance levels. So if we go to the next slide, and this, I always try to do the visual just to kind of showcase this. Staff are asked this question, as things stand now, how far in school do you think your kids will get, where your students will get? Looking at it by low performing student, moderate performing, and high performing, right? So if we look at the low performing, you'll see that the majority of staff who responded view or expect that students who are low performing are going to get as far as some college or two-year college degree. While those who are moderate performing or high performing, there's a great deal of uniformity in them or expecting them to achieve much higher sort of post-secondary outcomes. And so though there may be a level of comfort of talking about some of race and these cross-cultural set of experiences, there is a pattern of expectations that is concerning, right, in terms of where they may view. And I bring this up only because the nature to which who's ending up in which track may be used as a proxy for these types of groupings of kids, right? Which classes you're in as a shorthand way of sort of describing who are the kids who do well, who are the kids who are not doing so well, right? As a way of sort of organizing who's ending up or why they've ended up in these particular tracks. So where are we landing? So if we go to the next slide. So we provided sort of a set of recommendations and actually if we go to the next slide, because that way I can just walk through each one. So recommendations 1 and 2. So these first two recommendations are really around improving the math curricular alignment, right, between elementary, middle, and high school. When we looked at not only sort of the differences in those 10 days between grade 6 math and grade 6 pre-algebra, we knew that there was that was a point of concern, right, in terms of having that type of reduced instructional time being made available for kids. And if we're going to ensure that that malleability actually exists in the math pathways, then we've got to make sure that what is organized in terms of sort of the math sequence development for kids lends itself for that type of malleability, right? So that, and seeing that snapshot of the grade 6 scope and sequence raise a great deal of concern as to whether or not there is more of a fixed orientation to how math is being taught that is going to keep kids in those tracks. So our recommendation is around a very targeted set of alignment between what are kids getting exposed to in terms of cognitive work at the elementary level that feeds into what they do in middle school, that feeds into high school, so that there's opportunities for kids to kind of move in and out over their entire educational experience. And in particular, I note that if we look at recommendation 2, which is around math coaches to support elementary math instruction, elementary is not in terms of certification, you are certified as an elementary teacher, you are not certified as a subject matter expert, right? So we've got folks, so if I were to do a quick, survey of everyone here, how many of us consider ourselves having a significant and comfortable level of math proclivity, right? We see ourselves as a math person, right? There may only be a couple of us who raise our hands, right? Who have that sentiment, right? So if we think about it in terms of our teaching staff who are at the elementary level, right? They're getting a level of or a smattering of exposure around disciplines, English, math, social studies, science, right? That they have to teach them all, right? And the degree to which kids are getting continuously exposed to math instruction that pushes their not only sort of skill development around math, but also the cognitive work that happens in math has to be a targeted effort, particularly at the elementary level, if we're going to really ensure that there's greater malleability of opportunities for kids over time. And that's why we honed in on recognizing there's curricular alignment stuff that we got to do, but there's also ways in which we need to support what's happening with our teachers at the elementary level to really set up our kids in a particular trajectory that they have that opportunity. And I'm cognizant also of recognizing, only because I did the elementary examination, of recognizing that there are differentials in what's happening across all the elementary schools, right? What's happening at South Mountain is not the same as happening at Seth Boyden, right? And so the concern, and the need for math coaches to support elementary math instruction is pivotal. And I would say, and I know that, that the intention is to have high levels of integration that cut across all of the schools, right? That integration has to coincide with a level of coaching support, particularly around differentiated instruction and targeted attention around some of these content areas like math. If we go to the next slide, we recommend that there be much more targeted design communication efforts that are for parents who historically have, whose student populations historically have not had the enrollment in advanced courses within the school district, right? In particular, and we talk a little bit about this in the report in terms of holding, separate community meetings in Haitian Creole, in Spanish, and really utilizing the cultural brokers that exist in the community as opportunities to really sort of bring into the fold populations who have not historically seen themselves within our most advanced classes here in South Orange Maplewood, right? This is not a, just doing a news blast one time is not going to be enough to really sort of change the cultural perception that exists around who are those courses, who are the advanced courses for, right? It's going to take a level of continuous sort of communication and interaction with populations who've historically not viewed themselves or their populations existing in those courses. The recommendation 4 is regarding the types of professional learning series that need to coincide with staff who are going to, so if we're going to create sort of pathways in which there's greater malleability, meaning that there's the potential of greater diversity, we also got to make sure that staff are ready for that diversity, right? Because we all sit with the belief that we are accepting of everyone until we sort of have that moment where that cross-cultural experience actually shows up in our classroom. And we want to be cognizant that we are supporting staff to develop sort of the types of pedagogical lenses that are appropriate for meeting the various cultural experiences that are going to be showing up in their classes. And so that's the intention around that recommendation. And then the last recommendation is really connected to recommendation number 5, is regarding how are we going to catch up in regards to the kids who have lost the opportunity of those malleable sets of pathway experiences around math, right? So, so we can go to the next slide. Thank you. Increasing the types of supplemental math interventions that are available for kids to accelerate them, right? So the kids who, in some ways, this is part of the repair of what's historically occurred within the school district, right? So how do we provide or fix that which our current 8th graders, 9th graders, 10th graders have not had the opportunities to get exposed to, utilizing supplemental sets of math and intervention work to try to catapult some kids into these higher sequence courses or advanced courses within the community, within the schools. All right, I think that's it. If we go to the next slide, yes. We'll pause here for any feedback, questions, thoughts, reactions, any clarifying questions, I should say.
I'd just like to thank you for presenting that in a way that I think lay folks can understand some of this information. Folks in the public who may not have as much experience with this type of data, I think it was easier to understand than maybe reading it ourselves. And I'm sure that our board members have many questions and follow-ups to VP Cuttle.
I just wanted to thank you for the presentation. As Dr. Taylor already mentioned, it was really laid out very well. And thank you for your team's time and effort, and also the collaboration, I know, with multiple team members, including within the district, for laying that out. I know that my fellow colleagues have had the report and have had time to be able to relay and uplift additional questions. So if there's any other clarifying questions of support that any board members that might have for Dr. Fergus at this time.
I don't know if you can see me, but my hand.
Yes, yes, board member Wright, I see your hand up on the screen.
Dr. Fergus, I would thank you so much for coming to share this report with our community and board family. But I was wondering, did you work closely with CNI as you ventured through this process? Did you work with CNI reviewing your findings, like, from K through 12 and or 6 through 12? Mm-hmm. And how often did you meet with them?
Thank you, Board Member Wright. I think that's her name, right?
Yes.
Thank you for that question. Actually, sort of in terms of this particular endeavor, and you mentioned K to 12, so I'm have not met with CNI in regards to the set of findings. Yeah, that is.
Thank you. Thank you, Board Member Wright. Board Member Sabin?
Yes, thank you. As everybody else has mentioned already. Question, as you were mentioning regarding coaching, is that, and it seems like there's an opportunity for K through 6 are we really talking coaching for the kids? Are we coaching for the teachers? Because I think there's a combination there that I know we really haven't delved into. If we're doing all this coaching for the kids, how are we going to really tackle this problem so we can not eliminate coaching? Because I think that's solving the problem, but how are we going to address
That's a great question. Thank you, Board Member Saban. It's targeted coaching of staff, right? Because we have to understand that the concern lies in, we have to understand that our kids are bringing the best of they can, and it is us as educators, we understand, we've been trained around the science of learning, right? So our scope of sort of support should really be around sort of how do we get better to make sure that we're clear around how we best meet the needs of our student population. So this coaching component is really about recognizing that, elementary staff and how they are certified is not always enough, right, to ensure that there's a depth of math competency, right? And it's not easy,
Because it seems like this is the subject that we are having we have been struggling with for forever.
Yeah.
And we should just acknowledge that.
Yeah.
And move forward with coaching the teachers.
Yeah.
On how to educate, not how they want to educate.
Right.
But how we have designed to educate everybody.
Yeah. Exactly.
And everything else that's been included in here, I think would be very helpful.
Right, exactly. And I would guesstimate that staff are probably starved for that, right?
Yeah.
Help me learn how to teach math better.
And this is not a knock on staff. This is just an acknowledgement that I think
Yeah.
people are hungry to learn and doing it, sometimes going off and doing it on their own.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Thank you, Board Member Saber. Board Member Manny, and then Board Member Wakefield after Dr. Taylor. Dr. Taylor, you want to respond?
Just want to, a couple of reminders for those in the public who may not have been a part of our budget process, right? And one of the most satisfying things that I found when reading Dr. Fergus's report is that a lot of his recommendations were already naturally a part of what we found in district and put forward, and the board offered support and funding for it. And just to give everyone a few examples, our new partnership with Equal Opportunity Schools at the highest school is taking a deep dive into some of these levers and glass ceilings that still exist in our district. We invested in multiple new additional STEM team members for our Cougar Cares program, engaging kids who had a history of challenges academically, and also 2 additional math and science teachers, STEM teachers for our middle schools as well, to help with the engagement and the intervention on the student side, and as well as additional coaches for the academic side. So some of these pieces really do fit well together. The shift to Tang Math for our elementary folks, and they've had a lot of PD this summer on it that they're raving about, and we saw in some of our summer programming, as well as the tutorial investment that we spoke about to help elevate even more of the virtual tutoring that Achieve shared with us last year in their report regarding the significant increase in participation in virtual tutoring. So to share with everyone who may be watching or not familiar, that the budget that the board approved last spring, there were a lot of additions here that fit nicely into some of these recommendations that will be, we think kind of hand in glove with the work that we're doing. So thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Board Member Manny, then Board Member Wakefield, then Board Member Bergen. And then our student rep.
So, Dr. Fergus, thank you for coming. The board has anticipated having you speak with us for a while. I'm struggling of where to focus right now because we can't do it all, right? Mm-hmm. So, when I look back at those dotted lines and you saw me react to the way you were saying it, right, is that was built out of the prior administrations, first attempt to say anyone can get there, right? Here are all those ways, and now it's just up to the kid. And if the kid can't do it, well, they didn't take advantage of all the high school has to offer, right? Like that was the language. And then, I can see us jumping into the curriculum, right? Now it's all online. We can quickly, line it up and find all those deficits that, as you pointed out, and we'll quickly fix that, right? And it will look equitable again. And yet we're going to have I'm afraid we're just going to have those same outcomes. Because, as you said, if children are creating these feelings or this way of learning that they're not ready for they're not welcome, or they're not expected to be in these classes. How do we make sure we stay focused on that and not get distracted with, the high school level is going to go down, or, all this nonsense that has stopped this community in the past.
Right, exactly. Well, thank you, Board Member Maney?
Yeah.
I appreciate your question, because I think particularly your first part, which is around, you can't focus on everything, right? There has to be sort of strategic attention around, what are those sort of critical gatekeeping points that are significant for us to change the trajectory of what's expected practice, right? So, and I think I think as your superintendent highlighted, you all are going to be working with EOS, right? So EOS is going to give you provide you a great deal of opportunity around sort of like those strategic areas of how to make sure that the kids who should be in those are in there, right? But it has to be coupled with, and then once they're there, what's the nature to which there is a deep bench of instructional capacity to be able to recognize that kids are going to show up because they meet the set of criterion, right, to be in those set of courses, but yet may not have had a pathway of ongoing, not only just expectations, but continuous exposure to to math, right? So math is a content area that is, that which you may get exposed to in 8th grade, you're going to see it again in 10th or 11th grade, depending on your sequence, right? Particularly in the most advanced courses. And I can say that as, I have my youngest who is, who's in an IB school, right? And so they, in 9th and 10th grade, they were taking both geometry and algebra 2 at the exact same time, right? And I remember them saying, oh yeah, I learned this in 7th grade, right? There's a nature to which some of this math content is cycled through. So what happens to kids who meet the criteria and are new to getting in are going to be sitting alongside students who have a long history of getting this sort of math exposure. And so what we have to be attentive to is, how do we support the educators who are now going to find that there's going to be a wider breadth of students who are going to come in with different skill levels around the content that they're covering, right? Some kids are going to be like, oh yeah, I remember that from 7th grade. While others are like, this is their first time getting exposed to it because they didn't get exposed to it in that 7th grade sequence, right? So how do we support staff so that they are able to adequately support the kids who are they're going to be new into that context in such a way that it doesn't allow for room for, and going back to something the superintendent said earlier around growth mindset, right? So part of employing a growth mindset, so part of what Carol DeWick sort of outlines around growth mindset is that there's an attention to a care for the learning process, right? It's not a matter of like, what grade did I get? But what's the nature of effort that and learning that I am connected to that is of greatest importance, right? So how do we make sure that staff understand that that's the biggest bang for our buck in those classes versus a fixed mindset that is oriented towards, did you get the right answer, right? Are you getting a particular grade on our assignments, right? So it's, so back to your point around sort of what do we focus in on, if that sort of EOS opportunity that's going to get kids in, then there has to be a parallel attention to how do we deepen the instructional capacity of staff who are going to be getting kids who historically have not been in there, right? As one particular area to address particularly at the middle school and high school where you're going to get new kids in, and at the same time, how do we address the pipeline from the 5th grade on, right? Or 4th and 5th grade, I should say, so that we are beginning to rectify the degree to which kids are getting exposed to the content of math from pedagogues who have a much deeper bench understanding of math, right? So to at least have sort of at least those two junctures as critical places to begin. But I agree with you. It's when you got a lot of sort of gaps that exist, being strategic around which ones you start with is going to be vitally important. And also places where you know that there's going to be opportunities for wins, right? And those are areas that you can visually see sort of the potential wins that staff are going to feel like, well, this isn't so bad. Actually, we're okay. I'm like, I got new kids in my class, but I got support to know how to be a better pedagogue in terms of being able to support the kids that are showing up with a diverse sort of skill set.
Board Member Wingfield? Dr. Fergus, can you talk a little bit more about recommendation number 4, where you call for additional professional learning, in particular digging into some of the cultural beliefs? This is a district that has made year-over-year investments in trainings like implicit bias, and when we look to this upcoming year, in addition to EOS, we have additional both financial and time resources dedicated for these kinds of trainings. I think there's a little bit of fatigue developing about what's really going to be different this time. So I'm wondering, in your experience of working with districts all over the country, what have you learned about a scope and sequence of adult professional learning based on cultural competencies that actually yields the kind of impacts we hope to see in teaching and learning?
Right. So, thank you, Board Member Wingfield. So, so part of what we have to recognize is it's like the endeavor that we've taken around the expansion of culture responsive pedagogy on the curricular and instructional side is recognizing that there has to be a depth of cross-cultural competencies that also has to exist, right? So it's not just a matter of, I'm going to put new books into the library, right? So now I got more books that represent X, Y, and Z, but we also have to have the cross-cultural capacity, the cultural competency to understand what do those books necessarily represent about the various groups, right? Because what we don't want is, what we want to manage, for example, is that, it's not enough to just say, okay, we're going to put new books in about Black History Month, let's say, or, Black history, but the only storylines that we're going to be telling is the storyline of slavery, right? Like there's a great deal of much more greater degree of complexity that exists within the African American experience than just slavery, right? And so, but that requires there to be a level of cultural competency that gets developed, right? So that's one piece of sort of why we need to do it. But also, it has to be coupled with where we're putting it in action, right? So it can't be just, I always say it's like, it can't just be head work and heart work, right? You got to put it somewhere. We've got to, practitioners are looking for like, wow, this is great deep thinking. Where can I apply it, right? Or what I always like to say, we've got to give people the coat rack to hang all this stuff on, right? So if there is a targeted attention to expanding the nature of sort of, let's say, your curricular work, then let's attach these set of cultural competencies types of series, let's attach it to a very specific area of practice. I know that the district historically has done, and I remember this from working with the elementary schools and hearing it from the staff and doing focus groups there, was that there's there was seed training or the seed project, right? Which is out of California, if I remember correctly, right? So folks were like, oh, it's like, oh yeah, I'm seed trained. I'm like, okay, great. What does that mean? And 2, where are you putting it? Like, show me the places in which we're taking this content knowledge of that experience and putting it and have resituated sort of, whether it's in curriculum, whether it's instruction, whether it's the supports that we're offering kids, wherever it may be. There's got to be a coat rack that we're helping staff actually apply this stuff, because otherwise it just becomes, my worry is always with school districts that do this work is that it becomes sort of a checklist of, and the checklist of around this stuff becomes a bit of, perception management, right? I want to manage the perception of whether or not we're an equitable system by just checking off, we did the trainings, we're all good, right? that's not going to be enough in terms of what our kids are needing within our set of school systems. And when I say our kids, I'm meaning all the kids. I'm not just talking about your Black and Latinx kids who may be exposed to or not getting exposed to advanced. I'm also concerned about our white students and what they're getting, normalized too, right? Because it's also part of their own social, emotional, and cognitive development that we should be just as concerned about. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Board Member Bergen?
Thank you so much. I have two questions, if I could. The first is getting back to the malleability in the math, that flow chart. The way that I understand it is the malleability is supposed to always come from a summer class that students can take, and that there are barriers to that in terms of having to pay for it, or even if it's waived, not being able to work or do other things with your summer. So how do other districts make those lines malleable without involving a summer class? Is my first question. And my second is, in the report, there was a lot of talk from parents, I think, about this like widespread belief that students don't have a choice in what classes they sign up for, which is not the policy at all. And I just wanted to see if you had any sense of where that is actually coming from.
So one of the things that we're always have to be there's this theory of what's called ostensive and performative practice in schools, meaning there's the ostensive, which is what we idealized, right? So looking at that pathway, that's what we've idealized, right? This malleability, everybody has an opportunity. Then there's the performative, which is how it actually gets lived, right? And there is a bit of a distance that lives between what's imagined on that chart, that sort of malleability, and then what gets performed. And what we've come to realize, and sort of an element that you're describing here in terms of those summer opportunities, is the intention or the spirit of those summer opportunities is to help support that malleability, right? But then the reality hits, right? The complications of what it means to take courses during the summer for youth who, when we have, when you have different layers of realities that are existing within a diverse community like South Orange Maplewood, not just in terms of race, ethnicity, but also in terms of economic means that lend itself for what it means for a kid, particularly mid to late adolescent, right, being at home during the summer or taking, classes, right? Like I remember, when I was in ninth grade, that was my first year, or ninth grade, between ninth grade and 10th grade, that was the first summer where I can actually start working, right? I was like excited to get a job and make money, right? Because, making $20 a week, it was exciting. I can use it whatever I wanted to, right? But I remember my parents saying, you can't work this summer. You need to take care of your younger brother, right? So I had to stay home to take care of my brother, right, who was 7 years younger than I, right? Like that was a reality of recognizing the excitement I may have had in terms of wanting to make money, right, as a rising 10th grader, the reality of like somebody's got to take care of your younger brother, right? Because your mom and I got to go to work, right? And so that ostensive and performative, when we look at sort of the summer courses, is something that gets complicated and muddied in the context like South Orange Maplewood. So how have other communities done it, right? So where they try to, so they organize sort of the school year in such a way that that they're able to provide those types of additional supports for kids during the school year, right? So what are the types of supplemental stuff that can happen after school, right? That doesn't impede in kids' sort of after school activities. I've seen schools that change their master schedule in terms of kids doubling up in particular content areas so they can catch up and accelerate, right? Those are other means that could be done in addition to some of those set of summer opportunities. Because for those kids who have the means to be able to pay for courses or, have their children do X, Y, or Z, that's something that making that available, or, is have at it, great. But for kids who don't have the luxury to be able to sit in classes over the summer because they have other sets of familiar responsibilities, we've got to be cognizant of that and being able to sort of adjust ourselves to that reality, right? And that's always a concern of the ostensive and performative is the ostensive at times, we organize it predicated on our own presumptions around family income, family responsibilities, right? And other set of realities that we use one particular ruler to make those decisions. And then it gets performed, and then we realize, wait a second, we missed the boat in recognizing that there's a range of families who have a range of sort of realities that we have to pay attention to. So that's, I hope that answers some of your sort of questions around that particular element. And did I answer the second question? I can't remember.
I don't think so. Do you want me to repeat it, or?
Yeah, could you repeat it?
About the widespread belief that there isn't a choice in where, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So again, as an example of on paper, it looked as if that there's opportunities for choice, right? But then there's how people live the choice, right? And also recognizing that choice, choice operates differently for various members of a community, right? So, the degree to which, in my school district, I live in a school district that was under a desegregation order for 25 years, right? So choosing a school, right, for my wife and I, in terms of our kids, our choice options, we could leverage them differently than members of others in other parts of the city where I live, right? And we were able to leverage it at a different level because we had different networks that we could use to activate our choice. Even though we had the same choice, I had a deeper bench of networks, right? I was a school board member in the school district. I just had different means to be able to activate to make sure that choice operated at a very different level. So I think that there is and having heard sort of some of that stuff with parents in particular, I think there's a recognition that different parts of the city here in South Orange Maplewood are activating choice in very different ways because they have means to be able to activate the exact same choice, right? That helps to support their particularized families, which then raises a question for the board is, so when we talk about choice and creating this notion of choice, recognizing that it has to be equitable choice, right? That we're clear about in terms of how this choice is made available for different parts of the city.
Thank you. Our student rep with a question, and then we'll go to board member Siders.
Yeah, I just have a statement very quickly. I just wanted to thank you for the hard work that you put into not only the data, but also the presentation. It was very easily digestible, which I think is not only important for those on the board, but also the general public and the students where the data is actually being collected from. Just because I think the more of a general understanding that there is in our community, the larger the impact is going to be on this issue that other members have stated has been going on for a very long time. So I just wanted to thank you for making it very easily digestible for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Student Rep Morrows. Yes.
Board member Siders?
Hello, thank you,
Hi.
Dr. Fergus. One thing that struck me about your report, and thank you for your report and your data, was around the satisfaction with the district. And I was looking at that correlation back to the demographics of the people who participated in your focus group and in your survey. So we had majority high socioeconomics, majority white, majority had a minimum of a BA. And I was thinking, of course, those are the groups that are going to be satisfied with the district. How do we tap into the folks that are not represented in these demographics? I know this is not a new question. It's a question that various parts of the district, parent groups, we talk about this all the time, how to tap into that. But it is reality that we're just not going to tap into those groups. I mean, how do we do that?
Yeah. Thank you for that question, Board Member Siders. I have to be honest, as somebody who does this a lot with a lot of school districts, this was definitely a frustrating year to try to do this because I'm always, particularly in this type of sort of examination, it requires, I leverage, I always like to tap into the cultural brokers that exist within a community to get to the populations who historically are not finding that these opportunities are speaking to them and are bringing them in intentionally, right? You know, so it was very difficult to kind of find out about those particular cultural brokers, and that's my way of calling sort of organizations that really are targeting and are supporting very specific affinity groups within the community. I held a couple of webinars specific with groups that I learned about from a variety of folks that are doing stuff in the district, in the community, really around cross-cultural experiences around race, with a range of constituents, to just encourage them to do some of the snowball of like, can you get others to come? And even to the point where I said, hey, if you want me to hold a special focus group with just your constituents, you let me know, we'll do that. Whoever you want, right? But I think, you know, but given sort of the dynamic of this sort of pandemic, it really, you know, it just didn't yield what we had hoped. Where in other communities where I've done this in previous years, you know, I could easily go to a community-based organization and meet with the directors there or hang out with you know, community members at a particular event to try to encourage them to participate in focus groups, right? And try to leverage sort of involvement at that level. But this, you know, it was truly difficult. But I appreciate your highlighting that we have to have the lens that these patterns of satisfaction. That's why I wanted to highlight who is represented, right? Highly educated, high income, predominantly white, who are saturated in terms of the survey responses. So to your point around, of course it's high satisfaction, right? Because, and that is sort of you know, that's a way in which we have to absorb sort of these set of findings, particularly that set of findings. So I appreciate you really bringing that up again.
Thank you. Board Member Wright, is that an old hand? I don't believe, it's been up for a while. I just want to.
I wanted to stay up so that you could see me. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you again, Board Member Cuddle. I'd like to just comment that I agree with what Board Member Manny had to say, and I would like to ask that the CNI develop a plan of action to present at our next board meeting. But to you, Dr. Fergus, you mentioned that there was a different level of instruction for South Mountain School and Seth Boyden. You said it was different. Can you give specific examples? And then the last part of my question is, we know that nothing changes if nothing changes. And that's where we've been in this district for quite some time. So I would like to ask you, basically, if you're going to start guiding us with this work, so that we can at least begin to go into first gear, because we've been in neutral. We haven't been doing anything to be sure that our children are moving forward. And so if you could answer that question for me, and hope, because I heard you mention earlier, the reason I'm asking the latter part of my question is I heard you say the last component of your work. I also heard you use the word finalization. And I also heard you use the word recommendations. And so we've been getting recommendations up the wazoo, but we haven't done implementation. And as a result, we have an expectation gap, an achievement gap, and it seems that there are other kinds of gaps. So I'm hoping that we can do something with the latter part. But if you can tell me the difference between the learning and growth at Seth Boyden and South Mountain, I would appreciate it, and why you think that is.
Right. Thank you for those questions, Board Member Wright. So in terms of the first round, the differential around South Mountain and Seth Boyden, right? So, you know, prior to COVID, I did have an opportunity to kind of visit all the schools, meet with all the principals continuously for a couple of years, almost every quarter. So when I mentioned sort of the differential, right? So as a quick example, as we were doing the examination of the elementary schools, one of the things that we noted was that in our query around the types of intervention supports and the frequency to which the intervention teams are meeting at South Mountain, right? There was much less frequency to which that intervention team is actually meeting. And part of what was noted was, so for lack of a, sort of loosely, we just don't have that types of problems, right? While in Seth Boyden, there was a high level of frequency to which they're meeting, right? And they talked about, and I can't remember what frequency that they sort of highlighted, but they said, we're continuously paying attention to how we keep enhancing sort of our kids at Seth Boyden. And so my worry so what happens when we start mixing populations, when there's differentials in terms of school settings where staff are not accustomed to sort of those, that level of sort of different learners that are existing within their schools and their capacity to be able to accommodate to that reality. So that was sort of a reference point that that really sat with me. And another reference point is, and this is kind of dating sort of in some ways my relationship with South Orange Maplewood. Several superintendents ago, I happened to have been connected to the Panasonic Foundation, and I was part of this equity audit team. I was asked to join them, and so the first district that I was asked to join to visit was here, South Orange Maplewood in 2017. And I remember part of the walkthrough, so we did classroom walkthroughs at the high school, and I vividly remember walking the courses that I was seeing, because I was doing foreign languages, and I remember visiting a French 2 class, and I walked in and we sat in for maybe 5 minutes at most to just observe sort of what's happening. What I noted was it was majority Haitian Creole students in the class. I could hear that they had a proclivity to French. And I was like, okay, these students must be Haitian Creole, because I'm like, their accent is like spot on for French 2. I was like, you don't hear that. And then just so happens I walk across the hall to French 2 honors. French 2 honors was all white. I did not hear that same enunciation of French 2 in French 2 honors that I heard in French 2. I happened to have been paired up at that time with the superintendent. We were doing walkthroughs together. And I remember specifically walking out in the hallway and saying, John, how does this happen, right? And so part of what we learned, at the end of the day that was shared back was, at that juncture, there were, if I remember correctly from the presentation, there were about 6 levels that were existing, or 6 tracks, right? And so it's one thing to have tracks. It's another to kind of have this level of differential of French 2 and French 2 honors, where French 2, I could hear the kids, they could speak, their oral comprehension was at a very different level that in some ways I think those 2 classes should have switched in terms of title, right? But that wasn't the case, right? But how did we arrive at a place where French 2 students, who were mostly Haitian Creole, were in French 2, not French 2 honors, right? And so those, so I try to be cognizant of that as a district, there's a long history of how this stuff has happened, right? And as I remember in that presentation in 2017, where I actually stopped the presentation, I said, wait a second, did you just say you have 6 levels, right? And they said, yes, but this is a reduction from, I think they noted like a decade before, it was like 12, right? So, which I guess it was to your question, board member, right? So there's progress, but that's still not enough progress, right? So I think that there is so as we think forward in terms of moving out of neutral, right? Like there has to be, where are the strategic areas that have to be accelerated, right? To to disrupt the nature to which our practices, that performative versus ostensive, gets reconfigured in a way that's organized around meeting the needs of the population who has historically not been allowed in. In other words, if we're going to redesign something, let's redesign it from the perspective of those who historically not been in there, right? And let that be the driver of how we do that work, versus those who've historically been at the center of design, right? And that's a very different sort of orientation for us to really take on in trying to support, to move out of that neutral. And I have to say, sort of moving out of that neutral is also, you know, there are pain points that are going to emerge out of that, right? And I'm sure I'll be honest, I know I've seen it I've seen some of the Facebook pages, right? And some of the commentary, and I know that, and for me, I see those as pain points, right? That we have to be attentive to and realize that that it's a bit of a reaction to how the system may have been designed to support and acquiesce to the types of needs that some of our community members have grown accustomed to. And when we start veering away from that, or placing their needs at the center and rather putting others, it may be experienced as I'm losing something, right? And but as a board, I think it's going to be important to stay steadfast in recognizing that as we strive for greater equitable outcomes, we're going to have to make significant changes that are about remedying what we've done, and creating a new platform of what we're actually going to need to be doing moving forward. So, as just to conceptually, just to think about sort of how we move out of this neutral. And the last thing I'll say, particularly in this current environment, it's not lost on me, particularly this last year, of how this dialogue of this disinformation dialogue around CRT is muddying the degree to which communities are feeling or wanting to kind of lean into, and I want to say community meaning board members and educators feeling comfortable to lean into staying steadfast in terms of their equity agenda. And I really sort of want to encourage you all to to stay as steadfast as you can in trying to do this work. Particularly, you have a set of information, you have a set of partners that are available to you to kind of do that. So I hope that answers all your questions, Board Member Wright.
Thank you, Dr. Fergus.
Yes, I appreciate that, and while I'll have to state that I think that no progress has been made, we seem to get the same findings over and over again when we have these reports. It wasn't that long ago when some of the board members that are now seated in the horseshoe witnessed board members crying because of these same results. And they have not changed. We have not moved forward. And I'm hoping that you will come back to get us in the right direction, to get some movement, some implementations, to treat our kids fairly. I feel like I'm in a system long ago that started with the big A. We have to do better. But I thank you for your work and
thank you,
so
Dr. Fergus. Thank you, Board Member Wright. Dr. Taylor, do you have any closing thoughts?
Yes, just a few. I think that in our last committee meeting, we met with personnel and we were working on our district goal. And I think if you have a chance to view our district goal that's proposed tonight, that speaks about exactly what you're saying in your last statement. It speaks about reviewing the process of all of our systems from the ground up. However they got to the point where we have an underserved population, right? That we want to create a system to address systems. So I truly appreciate that sentiment, and I think that for those of us who were in that committee discussion, what you're saying really rings true to that conversation. I think it really gives me at least, right, a lot of verification in our thought process that we can do this work. We can rethink without destroying, right, like some people may view, rethink a lot of the processes that have had a systemic negative outcome for some in our community. And we want to alleviate that as soon as possible. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Fergus.
Thank you.
So that concludes the superintendent's monthly update. I will now give the president's update on behalf of President Joshua, who has emailed it to me. And so I will be sharing his words. This is his update that I have the privilege to share. First, President Joshua's update. President Joshua would like to extend a happy birthday to board members Cuddle, Manny, Wingfield, and Wright, all of whom or will celebrate a birthday this month. I also believe board member Saban, you're on this chain too. I mean, so we are a we are a bunch of Libras.
Virgo season. Virgo season.
On a COVID testing update, President Joshua would like to say thank you to the district for partnering with MediMobile to make a free COVID testing readily available every Saturday from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the gymnasium parking lot at Columbia High School. We've averaged about 250 tests during the 3 weeks testing that has been available. Anyone who lives or works in Soma is eligible to get tested for free. The board strongly encourages district families to take advantage of the testing program irrespective of one's vaccination status. On a side note, I will add, I did check out our free mobile site, and it ran efficiently and effectively, and it seemed like a really great community program.
I've been going every week, even though I am vaccinated, because I'm in a school, and I have to say it is very well run. I thank Ms. Porter, who is there, and even the counseling department that was there also to help out. So I highly recommend it, and it is a great thing.
Thank you. President Joshua also has an update on the SEC advisory opinion. To note, just for the record, that lastly, please note that Board Member Malaspina will not be participating in the vote on Resolution 4200D for Policy 5111, and any discussion and vote on Resolution 4202B on this evening's agenda. Policy 511 and the proposed district goal are both related to the district's integration plan. The plan is noted in paragraph 4 of the settlement agreement and is therefore a matter related to the litigation. And I'm not from President Joshua, but I would like to extend on his behalf and behalf of the Board of Education, welcome back to school to all of our staff, students, and families, and hope everyone has a healthy, safe, and fun school year ahead. That concludes the President's report, and now we go to the Student Representative report.
Thank you. With this being my first report, I would like to introduce myself to those that may not know me. My name is Noah Moros. I'm currently a junior at Columbia High School, and I'm also a proud graduate of South Mountain School in South Orange Middle. I currently run the Columbia Politics Club alongside classmate Jordan Klein, love taking part in Model United Nations, and playing baseball for Columbia. Most of all, I'm extremely excited to be the student representative alongside classmate Vanessa Prevalon for the 2021-22 school year. It's evident in the hallways and classroom that the academic year is back in full swing. Students are overwhelmingly excited about being back in the building for a real school for the first time in nearly a year and a half. And after talking with Dr. Taylor, it's evident that this excitement is not just limited to Columbia. There are a few minor adjustments that can be made in order to ensure that students and their families feel more comfortable being in the building. Last week, Vanessa and I sent out a questionnaire in order to obtain student feedback on the school's reopening. We received over 100 responses with consistent trends in those student responses. One of the largest trends that Vanessa and I discussed with both Dr. Taylor and Principal Sanchez of Columbia High School was adding more time in between classes. This would avoid crowding and allow students to get to class on time. It's simply unrealistic to assume that social distancing can be maintained in stairways and hallways if everybody is rushing to get to their classroom in 4 minutes. In addition to adding time between classes, trends from student responses we also discussed were smaller level things, such as reinforcing proper masking, ventilation in classrooms, and ensuring that there is soap in bathrooms and hand sanitizer around schools. At Columbia High School, both athletics and extracurricular activities are back up and running with full force. Columbia hosted its annual club fair for incoming freshmen and sophomores last week. Students browsed clubs and talked with leaders to find what best fits them. Additionally, CHS fall athletics are back with nearly every team sporting a winning record, with both boys soccer and girls field hockey topping their divisions. Students are also extremely excited that they can attend fall sporting events this year. In our most recent conversation with Principal Sanchez, Vanessa and I discussed small changes that can be made in order to improve student life on campus. We had detailed conversations revolving around working towards designated student parking, new renovations in the school, and ordering additional outdoor furniture, such as bike racks, benches, and picnic tables for outdoor lunches. This is crucial as many students don't feel comfortable eating in the cafeteria at this time and would prefer to eat outdoors. Mr. Sanchez shared our concern and ensured that these concerns would be addressed. To conclude, one of the most exciting and critical things that Vanessa and I discussed with Dr. Taylor and Principal Sanchez was expanding free and accessible SAT and ACT tutoring. Standardized testing is often said to be equal since everyone receives the same test. However, as many of us know, that is simply not true. While some students can afford private tutoring, many cannot and do not have access to that valuable resource. However, Principal Sanchez informed us that in addition to virtual resources such as Khan Academy and streamable learning, he and Mr. Friedman are working towards integrating 2 private tutoring companies into the outstanding program of Achieve Tutoring, which is a district-wide zero-cost program that will hopefully include SAT and ACT tutoring in the near future. This is it for the September 2021 Student Rep Report. If you have any questions, please feel free to email me via the student rep email found on the district website under the BOE members page. Thank you, unless there's any other questions that we might have right now. Thank you.
Nicely done. All right. Next, we are moving into our public speaks. Public speaks is for agenda items that are not related to the superintendent's contract. I'm going to read the notice. Please note that Public Speaks is not a time for dialogue with the Board of Education. It is an opportunity for you to share a comment with the Board of Education. In addition, by law, administrators and the Board of Education members are not permitted to publicly discuss personnel matters, student discipline, or other issues requiring confidentiality. While we may not respond to all comments, all input shared with the Board of Education is taken very seriously and will inform future deliberations and the work by the Board of Education and its committees. Speakers are reminded that individuals about whom they speak have private rights to pursue slander or libel complaints. Comments will be limited to 2 minutes, and this time limit will be enforced so that we are not giving some more time than others. We urge all to follow the chain of command. Mr. Bonds, do we have any, Mr. Burnside, do we have any in-person public speaks? No. Okay. There are none. Mr. Bonds, do we have any voice public speaks?
There are the same 3 responses. I'll take a look and see if they're on the WebEx.
Mr. Bronze, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry, can you hear me now? They're
Better.
the same 3 responses from earlier. I'll take a look to see if they're on the WebEx now.
Okay, thank you.
Those 3 audio comments, those individuals are not on the WebEx.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bonds. Then we will move to comments that have been submitted written. All right. All right. It appears, Mr. Bonds, I'm seeing that there are 87 written comments. Is that what you have?
That's a total of 87 pages. There are a total of 43 comments.
43 comments, okay. Okay, so how do we do the timer, Mr. Bonds? Who does the timer? Because it's on the
We'll have the
screen.
timer on the screen, and it'll be in the WebEx, and we'll just read through them, and then the timer will go off.
Okay. So I will read the written comments into the record within our 2-minute time allowance. Ms. Butler, or, I'm sorry, Solicitor Butler, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And with a time limit of 1 hour.
And with a time limit of 1 hour for the reading of public speaks.
I believe that is what the bylaw now absolutely provides, that it's a 1 hour maximum on the normal agenda-related public speaks.
Ms. Butler, if I could just chime in reviewing, it looks like the vast majority of these comments are regarding a recommendation for quarantining to follow what we currently do. And some of them are identical comments. Would it be acceptable, as far as Robert's Rule of Order for our public speaks, for us to, I guess, consolidate the concerns and respond to them, and send a response to these folks? Because I think almost 95% are on the same topic and making the same requests and some identical language.
Dr. Taylor, I believe what we have done in the past is, unless it's exactly the same, they are read through. And then if it, as whoever is reading goes through and sees that something is exactly the same, it will get noted, the individual who wrote it, who submitted it. I just don't want there to be any concern that the board edited down from what's submitted.
Definitely noted. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Butler, and thank you, Dr. Taylor. I will make a note of that when reading this, and I will make a comment now that I will not be editing any of these comments. And I will stop at the 2-minute mark and within our 1 hour governance limit. Okay, so the first written submitted comment is from Stacy Dormness. Apologies if I pronounced that wrong. From Maplewood. Start the timer. Hi, my daughter started kindergarten this year in the district. We have found that she is watching multiple videos a day. In the first 2 days of school, the teacher didn't read one book in class. All of the books were animated videos with a character reading them. She also watches Kids Bop in class via Go Noodle. Even the days of the week song they sing is with a video. Is there a cap to the amount of minutes, hours a teacher can use video in the classroom? It seems like video should be a tool in their kit instead of the main teacher. Again, that was Stacy Darmdes from Maplewood. The next written comment, question for public speaks. Board member, maybe would you help me out? Can you see, if you can see the timer?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Is Erica Barton?
Wait.
Oh,
Mr. Bonds?
Mr. Bonds, can you start the timer? Thanks. Is Erica Barton from South Orange? I have 2 kids in the Soma School District, one in 10th grade and one in 8th grade, both vaccinated. However, I'm extremely concerned after reading on various forums about the out-of-date policy on how long kids need to quarantine after exposure in a classroom. I'm wondering why it is 14 days and the district is not following the CDC guidelines for 3 to 5 days and then a negative test. There is no reason or evidence for a 14-day quarantine for the kids, and it will be extremely disruptive for them in a school year where they are already anxious. It also appears that there is no good plan in place if the kids have to leave the school immediately and finish out the day on Canvas. Perhaps you should be focusing on that. The kids barely had any in-person last school year, and now with this policy, this school year has the potential to follow down the same path. I urge you to reconsider and follow the CDC guidelines. That was Erica Barton from South Orange. The next written submitted public speaks, Mr. Bonds, is Mike Bendixson from South Orange. I am deeply concerned about the district's COVID-19 quarantine policy, which uses measures of close contact that are out of step with recommendations of CDC or state health agencies, and poses quarantines that are double the length of these recommendations. It seems to me that these measures will punish our school district children needlessly, and I can see no clear relationship between this policy and the safety of our students and families. Especially upsetting is the fact that the district appears to have no measures in place to support remote learning during a 14-day quarantine. This means that a single false positive test, not uncommon, can interrupt the learning and disrupt the lives of dozens of healthy students. After the 18 months of remote education they have had, we owe it to them to adopt sensible, well-thought-out policies that balance the community safety with their learning and social development. Does the current quarantine policy strike this balance? I'm really not sure that it does. Please revisit and revise the quarantine policy to bring it into line with the guidelines endorsed by federal and state public health officials. That was Mike Bingstein from South Orange. Next, written public comment. That's it. Next comment.
As soon as you start reading, the
Okay.
timer will start.
Mr. Bonds, do I have to wait for the green?
No, as soon as you start reading, the timer will
Okay,
start.
okay, all right.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bonds. The next comment is from Felix Benditson from South Orange. I think that 2 weeks of quarantining is way too much. The people who are quarantining would miss tests and quizzes. The quarantine policy also affects their athletic activities in school and out. A friend of mine on the soccer team is missing 2 soccer games and 4 practices, which would be fine if it was necessary, but it is not. The quarantine was only supposed to be a week according to the federal and state government. I think you should change the quarantine policy to a week and have online classes when a class has to quarantine. And that was Felix Bennington from South Orange. Next written public speaks is Rachel Selwyn from Maplewood. Dr. Taylor and the Board of Education, I understand that quarantines are a necessary mitigation effort as a way to prevent COVID spread in school. However, I believe that the guidelines set forth by the state and the CDC should be the policies that our district adopts. Imposing restrictions that go beyond these guidelines disrupt the lives of students and their parents unnecessarily after an already difficult 18 months. Learning loss, delayed social development, and general disengagement from school have been devastating to many different district families, and any decision on quarantine policy should take this into account and seek the absolute minimum disruption to students' academic lives. Specifically, I ask that you adopt the CDC and state guidance regarding close contacts for K-12 classrooms, which excludes students who were within 3 to 6 feet of an infected student, where with both students correctly and consistently wore well-fitting masks the entire time. I also ask that you adopt the CDC and state guidance regarding quarantines ending after day 10 without testing if no symptoms, and after day 7 with a negative test and no symptoms. This is currently allowed as we are in a region considered moderate risk by the New Jersey Department of Health. We urge you to follow the state's determination of our regional risk instead of assessing that independently. Thank you for considering these measures that will allow our students to have a safe and stable year. Again, that was Rachel Selman from Maplewood. The next written public speaks is from Amelia Urd from South Orange. Dr. Taylor and the Board of Education, I understand the quarantines are a necessary mitigation effort as a way to prevent COVID spread in school. However, I believe that the quarantine guidelines set forth by the state and CDC should be the policies that our district adopts. Imposing restrictions that go beyond those guidelines disrupts the lives of students and their parents unnecessarily after an already difficult 18 months. Learning loss, delayed social development, and general disengagement from school have been devastating to many district families, and to any decision on quarantine policy should take this into account and seek the absolute minimum disruption to students' academic lives. Specifically, I ask that you adopt the CDC and state guidance regarding close contacts for K-12 classrooms, which excludes students who are within 3 to 6 feet of an infected student, where both students correctly and consistently wore well-fitting masks the entire time. I also ask that you ease out of state guidance regarding quarantines for travel to states with equivalent or lower case rates, especially if visited via car. With the upcoming fall break in November, along with the November holidays, students should be allowed to attend school after car-based travel to equivalent or lower case transmission states with a negative rapid test conducted the day before returning to school. I urge you to follow the state's determination of our regional risk instead of assessing that independently. Thank you for considering these measures that will allow our students to have a safe and stable year. Again, that was Amelia Irwin from South Orange. The next written public speaks is from Jacqueline Alsop from South Orange. Why are you not following CDC guidelines when a student gets infected? Why are you not following what surrounding districts have put in place for a year with regards to testing and quarantine? Enough is enough. That was Jacqueline Alsop from South Orange. Next written public speaks from Christina Macarena from Maplewood. Dr. Taylor and the Board of Education, as a parent of a child who was recently quarantined on her second day of middle school, our district's current policy in quarantining related to exposure is very much at the forefront of my mind. I fully understand that quarantines are a necessary mitigation effort as a way to prevent COVID spread in school. However, I believe that the guidelines set forth by the state and the CDC should be the policies that our district adopts. Imposing restrictions that go beyond those guidelines disrupt the lives of students and their parents unnecessarily after an already difficult 18 months. Specifically, I ask that you adopt the CDC and state guidance regarding close contact for K-12 classrooms, which excludes students who were within 3 to 6 feet of an infected student, and both students correctly and consistently wore well-fitting masks the entire time. I also ask that you adopt the CDC and state guidance regarding quarantines ending after day 10 without testing and no symptoms, and after day 7 with a negative test and no symptoms. This is currently allowed as we are in a region considered moderate risk by the New Jersey Department of Health. We urge you to follow the state's determination of our regional risk instead of assessing that independently. The district recently did the right thing in amending the middle school quarantine that I mentioned earlier. Please, let's make this the standard. And that was Christina Americaner from Maplewood. The next written public speaks is Larry Piccola from South Orange. Dr. Taylor and the BOE, thank you for getting the schools open for full-time in-person learning. In-person classes are integral to support the social, emotional, educational growth of the students. As such, the district should maximize the amount of in-person learning. Quarantines will be necessary as we continue to battle the COVID-19 pandemic, but the duration of them can be safely limited. I urge you to update the SMSD quarantine policies to mirror the recommendations of the CDC, New Jersey Department of Health, and the New Jersey Department of Ed. In Section 3.3.3 of the Road Forward, the NJDOH and NJDOE states that COVID-positive individuals should stay home for 10 days after symptom onset. Close contacts should quarantine based on community transition levels. At this time, SOMA is moderate. Therefore, the recommended quarantine is 10 days without testing or 7 days with a negative test result collected at 5 to 7 days. I urge the district leadership to rethink the SOMSD quarantine policy to balance safety and maximize in-person learning. I will leave you with a quote from Dr. Jill Biden. "We can't know what the future holds, but we know what we owe our children. We owe them a promise that we will all do what we can to keep our schools open and as safe as possible. We owe them a commitment to follow the science. We owe them unity so that we can fight the virus and not each other." That again was Larry Piccola from South Orange. The next written public speaks is Anna Ferguson from South Orange. Why does SOMSD refuse to follow the CDC guidelines for what is considered close contacts for K-12 classrooms when a student tests positive for COVID-19? Again, that was Anna Ferguson from South Orange. The next written public speaks is from Maya Zobro from South Orange. Our biggest battle now is keeping kids in school as much as possible. We can't afford to lose any more days. In addition to following the actual CDC and NJDOH quarantine policies, 7 days with test out, quarantining only close contacts, and not counting students 3 feet apart with masks as close contacts, why not even consider a test to stay model? And school transition has proved to be uncommon, and rapid tests daily have been shown to be as effective as quarantines. Why not be a leader in showing how it can be done? And then there's a link to a New York Times article via Google search embedded in this comment, dated 9/19, talking about coronavirus school quarantine test link. And again, that was Maya Zobro from South Orange. The next written public speaks is Rebecca Lamine from Maplewood. I want to understand why the district adopted a stricter quarantine policy that in no way reflects what the New Jersey Department of Ed has recommended and is far more conservative compared to other districts. It's also not rooted on any scientific evidence. What will it lead to is disrupting far more students than necessary and creating more fear when there doesn't need to be. Please follow the science and adopt policies that make sense and are not based on nonsense. Again, that was Rebecca Laming from Maplewood. The next written public speaks is from Miles Pressler from South Orange. The school year will present many of the challenges of the past 18 months. When there is exposure at school, please follow the least restrictive guidance consistent with NJDOH, DOE guidance. Specifically, please exclude as close contact students who were within 3 to 6 feet of an infected student when both students were appropriately masked. We all desperately want to protect our children, but the greatest risk to their overall health is another marginal school year. Thank you for caring deeply about our children's health, education, and social emotional development. Again, that was Miles Pressler from South Orange. The next written comment is Pete Paschal from Maplewood. SOMSD's policy surrounding quarantines for close contacts of COVID cases is overcautious and overly disruptive to students' lives, as well as the lives of their families. CDC and state guidance allows for unvaccinated individuals, which includes all students in the district aged 11 or younger, to test out of quarantine at 7 days with a negative test result. The fact that SOMSD ignores this and instead opts for 14-day quarantines is a terrible error with very real consequences that needs immediate correction. While quarantines may sometimes be necessary mitigation effort as a way to prevent the spread of COVID, any quarantine restriction should be balanced against their indisputable costs. Learning loss, delayed social development, and general disengagement from school have been devastating to many district families. Any decision on quarantine policy should take this into account, with the goal being the absolute minimum disruption to a student's academic lives. In addition, the district should re-examine how it defines close contacts. Again, the CDC and state guidance excludes students who are more than 3 feet away from an infected student and where both students correctly and consistently wore well-fitting masks the entire time. As there is a mask mandate in place and schools are imposing social distancing as a COVID mitigation measure, this status should apply to the majority of students, even ones in the same cohort. One final point I'd like to take into account as you consider and reconsider a COVID policy. Of the roughly 73 million children 17 and under who live in the United States, a total of 439 have died from COVID-19. Among children who have contracted COVID-19, the fatality rate is 0.0096%. Overall risk should be a factor as you consider policy around this disease. Thank you for considering these comments, and I look forward to your continued efforts to ensure that students have both a safe and stable. That's the end of my time. Again, that was Pete Paschal from Maplewood. The next written comment is from Kelly Piccola of South Orange. I have a few non-specific personnel questions for Dr. Taylor and the board. Who investigates allegations of sexual harassment and misconduct in the form of abuse of power? If such an investigation were to occur, would it be customary for the subject person of the allegation to be put on administrative leave? What, if any, systems are in place for staff, administrators, and/or teachers to report allegations of sexual harassment, misconduct? What, if any, policies exist regarding the fraternization among superiors and subordinates? If there is no policy, is the board considering adding such a policy? If a subject of an allegation of sexual abuse or misconduct is tenured and the allegation is substantiated, what is the process for removal? Is there a difference to remove someone who is tenured and someone who's not tenured? Lastly, what are Dr. Taylor and the BOE doing to improve communication throughout the district? I urge the board and Dr. Taylor to reevaluate their communications. Transparent, detailed information presented in a timely manner would go a long way in rebuilding trust with the community. We are a strong community with dedicated people who want to make this district an amazing environment as the families it serves. Let us help you. Again, that was Kelly Piccola from South Orange. Mr. Bonds, before we go to the next public speaks, I have to plug in. Sorry, I got unplugged and the battery's gonna die.
Well, you're stuck on the, you have to get off your chair.
There you go. Thank you, Board Member Manning, for your help. Oh, that's this one.
Who's that one? There it is.
Oh.
There it is.
There you go. Thank you. My apologies for having to plug in. Technology came unplugged. Okay. It takes a village. All right, Mr. Bonds. Okay, that was good. All right, Mr. Bonds, the next written public speaks is from Michelle Basher from South Orange. Please consider the CDC guidance for quarantine. Again, that was from Michelle Basher from South Orange. The next written public speaks is from Nicole Levitt, Maplewood. I understand that quarantines are unnecessary. My mitigation effort is a way to prevent COVID. This might be, Ms. Butler, this might be a similar languaged email to another one.
If it appears to be the exact language, you can note that it appears to be the same as one that you've read previously, and just make sure that it's clear that the writer of this one is identified.
Okay. The commenter is making the same comment about following state and CDC guidance and protocols, and was in line with the previous comment. That was Nicole Levitt from Maplewood. The next written public speaks is Heather Hartzell from South Orange. I am a parent of 3 children in this district, including a 6th grader impacted by the COVID quarantines at SOMS. I would like to thank Dr. Taylor for reconsidering the 14-day quarantine with the no test out option. I agree that quarantining is necessary to avoid the spread of COVID, but there is no reason for a 14-day quarantine without a testing option. That said, I would like to urge you to reconsider the district's definition of close contact, which I believe to be unduly restrictive. The CDC, as well as both the NJ, DOH, and DOE, are in agreement that in a K-12 classroom setting, the close contact definition excludes students who are within 3 to 6 feet of an infected student, where both the infected student and the exposed student correctly and consistently wore well-fitting masks the entire time. If we continue to ignore the fact that our students are masked at all times in school and force quarantining despite that fact, there are going to be repeated instances where the entire classes are forced to quarantine. We know this is incredibly disruptive to students and teachers, especially after the already difficult 18 months we've had since COVID started. I would like to urge the district to instruct parents to keep their children home when they have taken a COVID test and do not yet have the results, especially since children who have COVID are frequently asymptomatic. Finally, I urge the district to be as clear as possible with its communication regarding potential exposure. Of course, you do not and cannot identify the children who are diagnosed with COVID, but knowing if our children were a close contact of the infected child or just part of the same class or exposed in the hallway or however it is determined is crucial to helping our families with their own risk calculations. Thank you. And again, that was Heather Hartzell from South Orange. The next written public speaks is Amanda Sarcone from Maplewood. While I understand that social distancing is necessary to reduce the spread of COVID, something has to be done to help our children who struggle with social and emotional disabilities. There are children in our district who suffer from social anxiety, and the district decision to go above and beyond the recommended CDC guidelines is detrimental to the social and emotional progress that our children have made over the years. My child is suffering socially and emotionally because of last year's quarantine. Now my child is back in school. There is a struggle and fear to connect with peers due to the strict social distancing rules put in place. If our children are allowed to play sports and play in the town's playgrounds without masks, why is simply keeping our children masked in school and frequent hand washing not enough? Please stop putting our special education students at the bottom of the list. Enough is enough. And again, that was Amanda Sarcone from Maplewood. The next written public speaks is from Kate Ann Austin Walker from South Orange. Dr. Taylor and the Board of Education, I understand that quarantines and contact tracing are a necessary mitigation effort as a way to prevent COVID spread in school. However, I believe the guidelines set forth by the state and the CDC should be the policies that our district adopts. Specifically, I ask you to adopt the CDC and state guidance regarding close contacts for K-12 classrooms, which excludes students who are within 3 to 6 feet of an infected student, where both students correctly and consistently wore well-fitting masks the entire time. New York City public schools will be updating their policies to reflect this next week. We need to do the same. I also ask that you adopt the CDC and state guidance regarding quarantines ending after day 10 without testing and no symptoms, and after day 7 with a negative test and no symptoms. This is currently allowed as we are in a region considered moderate risk by the New Jersey Department of Health. We urge you to follow the state's determination of our regional risk instead of assessing that independently. South Orange Village President Sheena Cullum publicly announced on September 16th that 100% of South Orange residents aged 30 and older have received the vaccine. We need to take these factors into consideration and set forth policies that prioritize keeping children in school when the CDC and state allows that it is safe to do so. Thank you for considering these measures, and that will allow our students to have a safe and stable school year. And again, that was Kate and Austin Walker from South Orange. Our next written public speaks. Nope, it's different. Alyssa O'Connor from Maplewood. Dr. Taylor and the Board of Education, I understand the quarantines are a necessary mitigation effort as a way to prevent COVID spread in school. However, the guidelines set forth by the state and the CDC should be the policies that our district adopts. Imposing restrictions that go beyond these guidelines disrupt the lives of students and their parents unnecessarily after an already difficult 18 months, made exponentially worse by the district's decision to keep the children out of in-person school last year until April 2021. Learning loss, delayed social emotional development, and general disengagement from school have been devastating to the many district families, and any decision on quarantine policy should take this into account and seek the absolute minimum disruption to students' academic lives. I ask that you adopt the CDC and state guidance regarding close contacts for K-12 classrooms, which excludes students who are within 3 to 6 feet of an infected student, where both students correctly and consistently wore well-fitting masks the entire time. I also ask you adopt the CDC and state guidance regarding quarantines ending after day 10 without testing if no symptoms, and after day 7 with a negative test and no symptoms. This is currently allowed as we are in a region considered moderate risk by the New Jersey Department of Health. We urge you to follow the state's determination of our regional risk instead of assessing that independently. Thank you for considering these measures that will allow students to have a safe and stable year. Again, that was Alyssa O'Connor from Maplewood. The next written public speaks is from Carol Grauer from Maplewood. Since our children are all outside every day, weather permitted, eating lunch, will we be updating the code red drills to include being outside, or will be looking into eating lunch indoors? The district is currently heavily focused on COVID. I feel code red drills have lost its importance. And again, that was Carol Grauer from Maplewood. Our next written public speaks, Nella Hadzic from South Orange. The district needs to be more proactive in order to keep kids in school safely. In back and forth conversations with the superintendent, I received replies that a number of mitigation measures aren't being utilized by the district because it wasn't required by some governing body. This type of floor versus ceiling thinking is unacceptable to me from district leadership. First, why do we as parents in the district or the community not know how many air exchanges per hour that are occurring in each enclosed space for children to spend time in? We have made some improvements to ventilation, but none of these are measurable or known to be actually adequate to address transmission of an airborne virus. Again, the district needs to understand that air exchanges per hour is a standard measurement of ventilation, and we need to know that how our district measures up. Ventilation is arguably more important than masking, and either the district doesn't know the air exchange rate per hour in the classrooms and other spaces, or it's not sharing the information with parents. Second, the district needs to get over its aversion to utilizing testing in order to keep kids in school. Plenty of districts across the country are using pooled mandatory testing to make sure transmissions aren't occurring, or using test to stay to avoid lengthy quarantines. The current quarantine policy works for no one. Vaccinated kids are exempt even though we know they can be asymptomatic and spreaders, but are exempt from quarantine after being in close contact with a positive student. Meanwhile, an entire class of unvaccinated kids will be quarantined for 14 days, many needlessly. This can be avoided by administering rapid tests each morning before school to anyone who's a close contact. Rapid tests are an extraordinary tool that can help keep our kids in school and keep transmission from occurring. The district needs to examine all the logistics of how such a program could work for us, where we would procure the tests, which are about to be in short supply because they are being utilized elsewhere. Who will administer them? Research shows this results are more accurate when and I'm out of time. And that was from Nella Hasdick from South Orange. The next written public speaks is from Alyssa O'Connor in Maplewood. It's a different, okay. Okay. That person already went in public speaks. Okay. The next written public speaks is from Liz Barinholtz from South Orange. Dr. Taylor and the Board of Education, I understand that quarantines are a necessary mitigation effort as a way to prevent COVID spread in school. However, I believe that the guidelines set forth by the state and the CDC should be the policies that our district adopts. Imposing restrictions that go beyond these guidelines disrupts the lives of students and their parents unnecessarily after an already difficult 18 months. Learning loss, delayed social development, and general disengagement from school have been devastating to many district families, and any decision on quarantine policy should take this into account and seek the absolute minimum disruption to students' academic lives. Specifically, I ask that you adopt the CDC and state guidance regarding close contacts for K-12 classrooms, which excludes students who are within 3 to 6 feet of an infected student, where both students correctly and consistently wore well-fitting masks the entire time. I also ask that you adopt the CDC and state guidance regarding quarantines ending after day 10 without testing with no symptoms and after day 7 with a negative test and no symptoms. This is currently allowed as we are in a region considered moderate risk by the New Jersey Department of Health. We urge you to follow the state's determination of our regional risk instead of assessing that independently. Additionally, just today, the New York NYC school system has announced they will be introducing weekly testing at all public schools so as to keep their kids safer in school. We urge you to consider this as well. Thank you for considering these measures that will allow our students to have a safe and stable school year. And again, that was Liz Barinholtz from South Orange. The next written public speaks is from Gwen Kruger from South Orange. Rapid testing to reduce spread will keep our kids safe and in school. Again, that was Gwen Kruger from South Orange. The next written public speaks is from Chance McGraw from Maplewood. Why is the district implementing such strict quarantining rules and making so many kids isolate for 2 weeks if a child in their class tests positive? When will the rules and procedures be reevaluated? Again, that is Chance McGraw from Maplewood. Our next written public speaks this also seems to be the same language as a previously written public speaks. It is from Samantha Davis from Maplewood, also speaking to Dr. Taylor and the Board of Ed about following the CDC policies and similar in language.
Okay. All right. The next written public speaks is from Kristen Blair from South Orange. Dear Dr. Taylor and the Board of Education, I understand that quarantine is a necessary mitigation effort as a way to provide COVID spread in school. However, I believe the guidelines set forth by the CDC should be policies that our district adopts. Imposing restrictions that go beyond those guidelines disrupts the lives of our students and their parents unnecessarily after an already difficult 18 months. Learning loss, delayed social development, and general disengagement from school have been devastating to many district families, and any decision on quarantine policy should take this into account and seek the absolute minimum to disruption to students' academic lives.
Specifically, I ask that you adopt CDC and state guidance regarding close contact for K-12 classrooms, which excludes students who are within 3 to 6 feet of an infected student, where both students correctly and consistently wore well-fitting masks the entire time. I also ask that you adopt the CDC and state guidance regarding quarantines ending after day 10 without testing, and if no symptoms, and after day 7 with a negative test and no symptoms. This is currently allowed as we are in a region considered moderate risk by the New Jersey Department of Health. We urge you to follow the state's determination of a regional risk instead of assessing that independently. Thank you for considering these measures that will allow our students to have a safe and stable school year. And that was Kristen Blair, South Orange. The next written public speaks is from Jody Heineman from Maplewood. First of all, thank you for all that you have done and are doing to teach our children and keep them safe and healthy. I'm writing today to express my frustration and disappointment that my daughter's classroom does not have an air purifier. In the return to school plan published before the opening of school, it clearly said Medify air purifiers would be in all instructional spaces. Recently, the opening plan was changed to say that purifiers were in over 200 instructional spaces. Suddenly, they are not in every space, and specifically, there is none in my unvaccinated 7-year-old daughter's classroom at Marshall Elementary. The sudden change is upsetting, and the purifier is one reason I feel comfortable sending my daughter to in-person school, especially with the chance of indoor snack and lunch. The sudden unannounced change to the reopening plan language feels particularly deceptive. I realize that my daughter has some small amount of ventilation in her room from the Univent. However, that amount of air exchange these Univents provide is not high enough to make the indoor maskless breaks safe for her, her classmates, or their teacher. Please tell us why all instructional spaces can no longer have air purifiers. If it's a question of funds, I'm more than happy to donate either funds or actual air purifiers to help all students learn safely this year. I know many other parents would be willing to donate as well. Jody Reineman, parent of 2nd grader at Marshall. And the next written public speaks is Delia O'Donnell from Maplewood. What is the policy around shared items in a classroom, especially at the elementary level? By shared items, I'm referring to crayons, whiteboards, learning games, and materials. I know learning centers are an important and fun way of learning for the younger K-2 kids that involve shared items, and it would be a shame if the kids weren't able to do centers based on the outdated protocols of not having children share classroom materials. We know that it's unlikely that COVID-19 spreads on surfaces. As an elementary teacher myself, I know how incentivizing centers can be for children as they view them as a fun and playful way of learning, and I think they are an essential part of a K-2 classroom. That was Delia O'Donnell from Maplewood. The next written public speaks is from Liana Stapleton of Maplewood. The district's promise of enhanced ventilation and learning spaces, specifically the use of Medify A40 air purifiers, was part of the reason I decided to enroll my kindergartner in SOSD as opposed to the private kindergarten program she was registered for. I trusted the district to make a necessary improvement simply by placing a device in each classroom, as was promised. Now I'm being told I cannot even donate this device. It is truly disappointing and frightening that simple, inexpensive, proven improvements are not being done for our children and their teachers. Again, that's Liana Stapleton from Maplewood. The next written public speaks is from somebody who's already previously submitted a public speaks, but it's a new question, so that's can't repeat public speaks in one session. So moving on to the next written public speaks is Regina Eckhart from Maplewood. And this comment is, again, similar to the other comments that were sent in language asking the district to adopt the state and CDC policies and guidance for K-12 classrooms. and has similar language.
Okay, and on the one before that, which was a repeat person but
Yeah.
a different, you can read that again at the end if you have time, because typically when you go through with public comments, you let people go, and then if somebody wants to come back up, they can't do that until everybody else is gone once.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Butler. I will make a note. Okay, the next written public comments is from Megan Morstan from Maplewood. How does the district plan on tackling the traffic issues resulting from the intentional integration initiative? I am driving my son across town every day, and it is taking me over 25 minutes to get to his school. When next year's kindergarten class is added, this timing is sure to go up. Has the district considered courtesy busing? Is it possible to open up busing to students who are considered to be 1.9 miles from their school? Or could there be a drop-off area on the Wyoming side of town for students who are now attending schools across town? Again, that was Megan Morstein from Maplewood. The next written public speaks is from Terry Taylorman from Maplewood. As a concerned parent in the district, I am reaching out to you to offer a school bus technology solution that we have developed specifically to deal with the issues currently being. Okay, that is a commercial. Moving on to the next public comment. The next, sorry, lost my spot there for a second. The next public comment is from Beth Levy from Maplewood. And this is also similar to language asking for the district to follow the CDC and state guidelines in regards to guidance for K-12 classrooms, similar in language, Ms. Butler. The next written public speaks is Rebecca Rapetti from Maplewood. I'm writing to add my name to the long list of district parents in support of changing the district's quarantine guidelines and the definition of close contacts. I'm sure you are by now more than well aware that district's close contact and quarantine policies do not reflect the guidance set forth by the state and the CDC, and in fact are far more restrictive. While quarantines are a necessary mitigation effort as a way to prevent COVID spread in school, I believe that the guidelines set forth by the state and the CDC should be the policies that our district adopts. Imposing regulations that go beyond these guidelines disrupts the lives of students and their parents unnecessarily after an already difficult 18 months. Learning loss, delayed social development, and general disengagement from school have been devastating to many district families, and any decision on quarantine policy should take this into account and seek the absolute minimum disruption to students' academic lives. Specifically, I ask that you adopt CDC state guidance regarding close contacts for K-12 classrooms, which excludes students who are within 3 to 6 feet of an infected student, where both students correctly and consistently wore well-fitting masks the entire time. I also ask that you adopt the CDC and state guidance regarding quarantines ending after day 10 without testing if no symptoms, and after day 7 without a negative test and no symptoms. This is currently allowed as we're in an E region considered moderate risk by the New Jersey Department of Health. We urge you to follow the state's determination in our regional risk instead of assessing it independently. I also would add that requiring children to wear masks outdoors during recess should be reconsidered. The science shows clearly that outdoor transmission is extremely rare. Wearing masks indoors for 8 hours is very difficult for the younger kids, especially given the low likelihood of transmission outdoors. They should be given a longer mask break during recess. We are all in this situation as a moving target and has been for 18 months. That being said, we have also learned a great deal in those 18 months about the science of the disease and the mitigation strategies are and are not necessary. For the sake of our children, I implore you to follow the science and revise your current policies to reflect that. Thank you for considering these measures that will allow our students to have a safe and stable school year. Again, that was Rebecca Rapetti from Maplewood. Our next written public speaks is from Allison Boxer from South Orange. Are there rules in our district about personal relationships between subordinates and district supervisors and conflicts regarding relationships, and if investigations were being conducted about misconduct on part of any administrator, would it be common practice to place that administrator on leave pending the outcome of any type of investigation? That was, again, Allison Boxer from South Orange. My next, the next written public speaks is from Heather Lindsay, Maplewood. My 2 fourth graders attend Tuscan Elementary, and while I greatly appreciate the efforts teachers and staff are making there to implement COVID mitigation measures, I'm concerned about the inconsistency of the measures used across the district to prevent transmission. Lack of mitigation in just one classroom can affect our community at large. Reports of closed classroom windows, plastic barriers in classrooms, which can impede the airflow, indoor PE class on good weather days, eating snacks in the classroom, and regularly eating lunch inside, at MMS in particular, are all problematic. Inconsistency in communication about building ventilation is also troublesome. My initial understanding was that each teaching space had an air purifier, but this isn't the currently case, correct? In addition, a weekly surveillance testing program in the schools, not a volunteer program at CHS, is needed to help keep transmission at bay and help keep kids in the classroom. What are your plans to address these concerns? Thank you for your time. Again, that was Heather Lindsay from Maplewood. The next written public speaks it's from Peter Paschal, but I believe, Dr. Taylor, if you can help double check, I already read one from this individual. It is a different public speaks, but it is this individual already had first turn, so I following guidelines and pass. Okay. The next comment is from Carolyn Parzi from South Orange. Were there no public comments submitted regarding Dr. Taylor's new contract? Were there emails submitted to any board member that were not allowed to be read as public comment during the hearing? If not, why not? When will the public be able to see Dr. Taylor's new contract that was voted on tonight? Is it on the website? If not, when will it be? Why was it made available before the meeting so the public could see what was being voted on? Why was board member Malaspina asked to leave the horseshoe during Dr. Fergus's presentation? Other board members have had conflicts that caused them to recuse themselves from votes, but I don't recall ever seeing a board member asked to sit in the audience during a discussion. Again, that public comment is from Carolyn Parzi from South Orange. The next written public speaks, the individual Ms. Butler put their name as anonymous and did not fill out an adequate email address. Did we read those?
I don't believe we do, because
Okay.
you would typically require that a person provide their name
Yes, they have to
and
do
where they
their name,
live. So
residency, okay. So this person, and that concludes written public speaks. All right.
Outstanding job, Board VP Cuddle. These are 2 cookies, exactly.
Thank you to our community and those that submitted public speaks to our first public speaks this evening. Just want to be mindful of the time and just want to do a check-in with my fellow board colleagues. Everybody okay? Do we need like a 2-minute break or anything?
Outstanding job, Board VP Cuddle. I will be brief in my responses. For those who don't normally take part in these meetings, we do take copious notes and try to give responses immediately if we have them. So I'll go down my list of responses here, and I'll be more brief than normal because of the hour. So regarding the CDC guidelines that many of the public spoke to, just so that everyone is aware, we partner with our departments, I use plural there, of health, along with our internal healthcare professionals, our school nurse, our school physician, et cetera. And we have deep conversations around this because there are bits of nuance within some of these recommendations. And many of the folks who made public speaks spoke about CDC guidelines, right? CDC is in Washington, D.C. The New Jersey Department of Health, of course, is in Trenton. We have a county Department of Health that's very close to us, and 2 local departments that are even closer. So they have more specified data about our district, about the trends, et cetera. So because I'm not a healthcare professional, I always try to rely on their professional opinion and recommendations. And so with the recent need for quarantine in our first week of school, we did reflect on some of the heightened guidance, and we made an adjustment, as was mentioned in a few of the public speaks, because we're in moderate in our Cali score in our region. If the Cali score shifts to high, we no longer have the option to make our quarantines test out day 3, 4, 5 to day 7. So we did make that adjustment. We're updating our parent guidebook to reflect that. That's why we made our parent guidebook a live document, because we're in very fluid times. And so as things shift, we shift. As guidance changes, we shift. As things happen, we may have to change the guidance. It's about 33 pages, that document, and we often update it based on what's happening with COVID in our district. So I hope that alleviates the concerns, and that space will be updated very shortly. There was a comment around kindergartners on screens or kindergartners watching movies. I did respond to that parent when they emailed me. And so I shared that concern with our curriculum and instruction team to review, and also advised that we should also let our principals know, right, that there's a concern of a parent around the amount of time that a student is spending on a screen. So we want to ensure that that occurs, and just know that it has been heard. This is day 5 of school, so I'm not sure what was happening there. If it was a supplemental time, if it was a video connected to the curriculum, but we will review, and the more information that we have, the more that we can do to investigate it. We want our kids to be live with their teachers, right? That's why we're back in school, so we understand that concern. There was a comment made that our biggest battle is keeping students in school. I would disagree that our biggest battle is really keeping kids and staff members safe and healthy, while also giving them the opportunity to engage as much as possible in person. It's an unnatural balance, right? Because as superintendents, as teachers, as principals, we always try to sometimes act in a more conservative way because we want to keep everyone safe, right? Health and safety is usually non-negotiable, but we're in a different time now where you have to measure the social and emotional loss of our students when it comes to their in-person time. So I would just say that, it's not as easy as a singular battle. There are multiple battles that we are engaged in to try and have a successful school year. There was a question around code red drills. Now that we're having lovely outside lunches, code red drills, as well as all safety drills, are still a mandate in the state of New Jersey. I recently had the chance to go to a webinar from the state, and I shared that webinar with our principals to update them on the expectations regarding safety drills in the state of New Jersey. There was a question around who investigates, I want to paraphrase a little bit here, who investigates misconduct, who investigates inappropriate personal relationships, et cetera. That would be a combination of our Title IX affirmative action representatives, as well as the school district solicitors and labor council, and of course myself. I participate in those investigations. There was a few comments around testing, and many times when I have exchanges with families around testing, they often reference districts that are not here with us in Essex County, who are not even in our state, and that's not a coincidence. When surveying our local county around who is trying to do testing in our schools, very few districts were taking that on because of the challenge that it presents. We have a school with 800 or 900 students with one school nurse. Who's doing the testing? Who's reviewing the results? How can you mandate testing? Because it is a medical procedure that occurs. What type of test do you use? All these type of challenges, which is why some districts similar to us are using an outside entity to provide the testing resource to our community. And we also have several other free testing opportunities already in our community. But with that being said, thanks to our Department of Health from the state side and Governor Murphy, I put our name as a district into consideration for a grant that could expand that testing. It was just an interest type of survey. There was a lot of money involved from the state level. I made sure that we were represented in that survey. Additionally, in working with our Health and Wellness Subcommittee, we selected the type of testing that we would be interested in that would help our district to add additional levels of mitigation. So we are working on that, and we're also very happy, as our board president and board VP read for our board president, that we had over 300 people come out just this past Saturday for testing right here at Columbia High School. There was a question around shared items in the classroom, meaning students being able to use crayons or even pass books and paper back and forth. And we had a lot of deep research done with that with our task force this summer. And it was determined that students could freely share those type of materials, and teachers were directed with that information. And if there's any confusion around that you're experiencing with your teacher in your school, please let your principal know, because again, a lot has been done around researching COVID-19, and the chance of contracting COVID-19 from a surface with a mask on is very small. The question around traffic with the intentional integration and courtesy busing and someone's driving more than 20 minutes, that's why this is our first year pilot, right? We're learning about this. This is a generational initiative that we're putting forward, and we're learning more about it every day. Some of the unintended consequences, things that are hard to predict until you see them in action. And so we will take that recommendation to review traffic concerns with our police partners to ensure that as we plan smart for the upcoming years. Lastly, there was a question around an update to our parent guidebook around a statement around air purifiers. Just to be very clear, our modified small air purifier units are made to supplement areas where our univents are not working, or there aren't univents. Like, for example, in many of the offices, they're just simply not univents. That's not how the buildings were designed. As we began to repair many of the univents, they no longer required that supplemental device. And also, if they had multiple windows, some that had been repaired recently, those devices were not needed in that space anymore. So it's just to be very clear, every time we make a shift, we update that document to make sure that it reflects where we are at that time. It's no intent to be misleading. Open windows and univents are, I believe, more impactful than a small air purifier in most of our spaces. So again, if you have questions about that, you can please send to me directly. We are doing our best to be as transparent and as clear as possible because we understand the heightened level of anxiety and angst that we all feel. So that concludes my responses, VP Tuttle.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Just want to do a revisit and do another check-in with my colleagues. Do we need a break? Is everybody okay? Are we ready to move ahead? Okay, I see thumbs up, thumbs up. Ms. Wright still has her hand up, so. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Taylor.
Putting it down.
Ms. Wright, your hand's still up there. Okay, next on the agenda, we are moving on to committee reports. First up will be FFT. Ms. Wright, are you ready?
Yes, yes. I didn't know I was first. Okay. Well, I can still say good evening. We haven't gotten to the AM yet. So I'll try and make this brief. We had a construction update. Members were updated on the construction taking place at Clinton and Jefferson schools. The project is progressing quickly. The fire alarm systems are almost finished. They're in the process of reviewing 4 change orders, and Seth Boyden and Tuscan work is expected to ramp up quickly in the next week. Also, South Mountain and the Annex should be ready in the next couple of weeks. And in terms of, we talked about redistricting. The committee discussed the 10% increase in population and whether the company that did the redistricting is considering the most recent census data that was released. The impact on free and reduced eligibility was also brought up. We also talked about the function of our Board of School estimate here in town. And their responsibilities as they relate to the school district. We also talked about the open FFT meetings, which in the future, I guess we'll have another discussion. There was also the Chromebook initiative. Technology proposed a potential fee structure for recurring damaged Chromebooks by students. So it was decided to research how other districts are managing this challenge and to revisit this at a later date. Then we have the bond refinancing. The business office explained that there are 2 bonds that are eligible for refinancing, 2011 for $2.5 million and 2012 for $8 million. The combined estimate minimum savings is $919,000. That's approximately 3%. The Phoenix advisors will advise whether a private placement or another bond issue is the best option for the school district. The storm damage. And while we're talking about the storm damage, I hope all of you are recovering from the damage that was done. We had quite a catastrophe around town, so trying to keep you in our thoughts. The insurance adjuster was out to evaluate the buses and maintenance trucks, and we are waiting on their final report so we can determine our next steps. We have consulted with our auditor on options to replace damaged vehicles. And I guess I can't talk about that. Okay, so board goals. President Joshua reviewed the board goals with the committee members. And in terms of new business, we had 4 resolutions, excuse me, were reviewed by the business office, including the FC Cares, Teachers College, and a few others in the preschool budget amendment that may be presented at the next, at the board meeting. We also discussed our legal costs, which have been ballooning, discussed, and it was discussed, and analysis was requested from the business office, which we should receive shortly at a future committee meeting, and a donation from Walmart was announced, and this will be accepted at a future meeting. And I do believe that that is it. And I want to welcome Mr. Burnside again back to South Orange, Maplewood. It's doing a fine job. Thank you, Mr. Burnside.
Thank you, Board Member Wright. Any questions for FFT?
I have one,
Yes,
hopefully very quick question.
Board Member Malaspina?
Was there any discussion on how we were going to secure the buses moving forward? Since it seems we will be purchasing new buses, how we will be securing them and making sure that they are in a, not tampered with, but also in a place where it is higher ground moving forward.
We are exploring options, but we don't have a permanent solution yet. This is a hard one to figure out. We've only got so much.
Mr. Burnside, I'm sorry, could you speak up, please?
Oh, I'm sorry.
The mic's on, but it's, you got to.
We are exploring our options. We don't have a permanent solution yet, as this just happened. It's hard to figure this one out just because we don't have many options for parking large vehicles like this around town. But we are looking, and if anybody has any ideas, let us know, please.
Let's just hope we don't get another Ida around. I mean, we're landlocked, and this was. Hopefully, we can get things done. Ms. Malaspina, to protect our.
Well, to Mr. Burnside's point, I know that Dr. Taylor, the last 2 times, we had a potential large rain/environmental event post-Ida occur, that the district did move some of the buses away from their current parking lot and been parked at CHS. But perhaps, Superintendent Dr. Taylor, the question was around what are we doing with the buses?
Thank you. So, Mr. Burnside and Mr. Gercio and Ms. Talmadge, they've been really working to think outside the box when it comes to our transportation. And to be honest, this is the hardest I've seen one department get hit in such a very short time. They've handled it very well. They're being creative in their scheduling. They're moving the buses out of harm's way. But we're trying to think of spaces that we may have to procure to move our buses to, because climate change is here. This is not going to be the last storm. And we want to make sure that we protect the investment of the school district and the board. And on your agenda this evening, we have an additional investment that will hopefully bring us whole as a school district when it comes to our transportation and our facilities vehicles.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor, and thank you, Board Member Wright, for your FFT report. The Personnel Committee, Board Member Manny?
Yes, thank you. So we started with a robust discussion of some of the policies that are up for first read, and we shared that feedback with the policy committee. We did discuss an initial policy related to personal relationships among staff, particularly those within imbalance of power. Those of us who have worked in corporate are very familiar with these clear policies on these interactions. However, in education, it doesn't seem to have such a common practice of having these clear policies. So we are researching the implications and exploring the difference of power in education given tenure protections and other rights. On the agenda for tonight, we reviewed all the personnel recommendations, and I'm pleased to announce that Dr. Taylor is recommending an assistant superintendent of special services. I had the privilege of observing round 2 of these interviews, and I was really impressed with the level of experience, both with special needs as well as management, that were attracted to this position. And so congratulations to Ms. Robinson and the senior leadership team for finding such great candidates, and welcome to Ms. Budine. You will see in the financial package that we are approving the evaluation tools for this year Danielson for our teaching staff, and 2 tools for our administrators. For this year, several administrators have volunteered to participate in the pilot program for McCrell, and so I thank them all for volunteering and working to improve the feedback loop for all. We are still working on verifying the perfect attendance awards for our staff for the 2020-2021 school year. We are approving on tonight's agenda the stipend positions for our school-based programs as well as Beyond the Bell. Please note that administration and SOMEA have added the National Honor Society as a stipend position and will hopefully be filled later this year. And thank you for all who worked together to make that happen. So then we moved into the goal discussion, and Dr. Taylor already mentioned some of that discussion with Dr. Fergus. We had a very robust discussion. As a prelude to that discussion, we had a presentation from a data company that showed us how they might be able to support our residency check process. The presentation highlighted that, yes, on the surface, we could create a process where it looked like everyone was treated the same and outcomes would be equitable. But when you looked at the underlying processes of that database and that data service, you would observe the same types of bias against non-homeowners, people without credit, and living in poverty that would lead to the unfair and inequitable burden of residency checks on specific populations in our community. So that led to district goal number 5, which is on the agenda for tonight, exploring the root cause of our registration and onboarding processes, the first experience our families have with the district, and unpacking all the inefficiencies, biases, and bottlenecks. We hope to use that as a first process project that also models for all the other processes of our district with an attention to detail and root cause analysis. So we can understand the problem we are trying to solve or the purpose of the process. We understand the limitations and trade-offs we made in that solution, and we examine the outcomes to re-examine the whole process for equity. Yes, residency has been housed in the Personnel Committee the past 2 years and is transferring to the Executive Committee, but this goal is critical for building the problem-solving capacity of our employees and all adults who interact with our children and families. And that ends our committee report.
Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions for our Personnel Committee? Okay. Thank you, Board Member Manny. Moving on to Policy Committee report.
Thank you. The Policy Committee met on August 4th for about 2 hours and a quarter. Mr. Leroy Johnson joined us as a representative of Special Services. Tonight, we're voting to enact 2 policies. 2415.05, Student Surveys, Analysis, and/or Evaluations. This policy addresses getting consent for students before participating in surveys and analysis funded by the Federal Department of Education. We pulled it in July to allow time to respond to a question raised by Board Member Manny regarding a reference to invasive physical exams. After research, the district determined it would not conduct an invasive physical exam not required by law, so there was no need for that provision, and we removed it. The next one we're voting on tonight is 5111, Eligibility of Resident, Non-Resident Students. This policy addresses the enrollment process and residency issues. We passed it in July, then brought it back to make some minor changes. First, we added a consultation with the Assistant Superintendent for Special Services, if applicable, before conducting a residency check. We also added annual reporting to the board on the demographics of the residency checks. Finally, we're changing the amount of time before a family takes up residency here that their child can register. The time period is revised to 30 days to bring it in line with the amount of time after registration that new families have to provide other documents like birth certificates. The committee also discussed how to support the registration office at this busy time of year to facilitate the influx of registration just before school begins. And I wanted to say in response to the board president's report, I don't think this is a policy that Board Member Malaspina recused herself on before, and I think I just wanted to see if Ms. Butler could weigh in on that. I believe that the board president's report referenced Board Member Malaspina being recused on this policy, but that wasn't the case in July. I think it might have just been a mistake. There were 2 other policies in the 5,000s where that was the case, but it wasn't for this one, so I just wanted to double check. I wasn't sure about that. Okay, it's.
Yeah, I wasn't sure either.
Okay,
Thank
unless
you.
something changed, I don't think so.
No.
And then we have 6 policies for first read this month. Of those, 3 policies are related to the pandemic, and then also abolishing 2 outdated policies related to the pandemic. 3160.01, quarantine for teaching staff. This policy did not come from Strauss Esme. It addresses when teaching staff must use leave and when they're permitted to teach virtually in the event the staff member needs to quarantine. And I just want to clarify for anyone looking at this policy that it doesn't affect when students will attend school remotely. My understanding is that if a teacher needs to quarantine, the class will be in the school building under the supervision of a substitute teacher if the teacher is teaching virtually, unless those students also need to be attending school virtually. 1648.11, the road forward, COVID-19 health and safety. This policy replaces the road back reopening plan from last year, and the attachments to it will be pulled from the district handbook. 1648.13, school employee vaccination requirements. This policy covers the school employee vaccination or testing mandate from the state. And then the policies proposed to be repealed related to the pandemic are 1648 restart and recovery and 1648.02 remote learning. Next, we have 3 policies that are not related to the pandemic. 2417, pupil intervention and referral services. This is a mandatory policy on INRS that was last passed in 2014, and there don't seem to be any Strauss-Esme changes for it. 5770, student right of privacy. This policy addresses searches of students and their belongings. We're proposing that the board receive a monthly report that includes information about who is searched, why, and the outcome and follow-up of the search. We also tightened up the circumstances when students can be searched. 5751, sexual harassment. The Title IX sexual harassment policy is back based on a version that came from Title IX specialists. This policy is designed to put the district in compliance with the legal requirements of Title IX. The policy committee invites feedback on this draft, especially from the task force. We also discussed seeking input from the task force to help round out the policy in terms of prevention, education, and support. We also discussed policy 2431, athletic competition, which is not on the agenda for tonight, but we expect it to be for first read next month. And we also had a conversation about bringing other committees into the process of staying on top of the policy alerts from Strauss-Esme. And we mapped out which committees will be responsible for which series of the board policies for doing that, and we will be in touch with the committee chairs on that. And finally, we discussed the district goal and integration. Board member Malaspina excused herself for this portion of the meeting, and board president Joshua joined us. As we had discussed at the retreat, this goal builds on the intentional integration initiative. At the elementary level, it addresses both improving the implementation of the algorithm, as well as creating a coherent approach to INRS across schools. And at the middle school, it asks the superintendent to present the methodology for integrating the middle schools by the end of February. That's the policy committee report.
Thank you, Board Member Bergen. Does anyone have any question for Policy Committee? Board Member Malaspina?
I just want to maybe make a clarification. I think that or maybe ask a question, I'm not sure. I know there's been some discussion back and forth between a few of us on the quarantining of teachers policy. So it's my understanding that we're putting this up for first read, but there seems that we will be having some changes to it, or more of a discussion about possible changes, am I right?
Yes.
Okay.
I think we have a few different ideas, but it also is a policy that has, gone through a lot of different organizations before it got to the board. So we need to figure out how to handle that.
No, I agree. I just wanted to make it clear to to everybody that this is a first read, and there's going to be some changes coming. Don't expect it to be exactly the same.
So one thing that we spoke about was just some gray areas in there, right? And I think that was shared also in our personnel committee's conversation. So it definitely is room for more conversations and considerations, for sure.
Thank you, Board Member Bergen. We do C&I as committee as a whole now, but I didn't know perhaps Board Member Siders if there's anything you wanted to add to that since.
Yeah, thank you. I do want to talk about the third district goal, which is teaching and learning / student achievement. This goal was created with a lens towards curriculum and instruction. And it touches on some of the subjects that the C&I committee has discussed over the last eight months. Let's see. So what we're looking for is a district-wide shared definition of culturally responsive sustaining education and action plans that align resources, curriculum, and staff capacity building efforts. In particular in the areas of welcoming and affirming environments, high expectation and rigorous instruction, and inclusive curriculum and assessment. And some of the goals that we're looking for data and using, I think, a consistent framework for providing that data. We're looking for an approach to planning instruction. We're looking also for a comprehensive and detailed approach to implementing restorative practices for K-12, and also a comprehensive plan for increasing access, participation, and performance in AP and honors courses at Columbia High School. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Siders. All right, that concludes committee reports. Now we're on to action items. Dr. Taylor?
Thank you, Board VP Cuttle. I present to the board for consideration Resolution 4192 through Resolution 4202.
I second.
Dr. Taylor, I believe we have to excise out 4202B.
Oh, yeah.
Noted and accepted. 4202B will be
B.
severed.
B, I believe.
B as in boy? Yes?
Oh, I'm double checking. Yeah.
Okay.
No.
My computer died, so I can't check it
sorry.
on my phone. I'm sorry.
I'm almost sure it's B, I think.
We can call it the integration goal if that's helpful.
Okay.
Yeah, it's B, 42.
Okay.
It's 4202B. Now, I'm sorry, it's late and I'm tired.
Should I restate, Ms. Butler?
Yes, please.
Okay, I present to the board for consideration 4192 through 4202, severing 4202B, as in ball.
I'd like to sever something else if possible. Is that now? Okay, sorry. It's 4201.
Wait, do we have to do, Dr. Taylor restated the action item? Do we have to redo the second?
Yes.
Okay, can I have a second? Board Member Wakefield, thank you. Okay. Moving to discussion. Any discussion on any? Board Member Malaspina, your light's on, I don't know.
Oh, sorry, forgot to turn.
Okay, checking, okay. I had a question, actually, on 4195K. It's about the appointment of investigator services and fees.
Residency check.
Yeah, for residency checks, thank you.
Yes.
For residency checks. I just wanted to clarify, because I know there's been discussion as a board as a whole and in several committees in regards two services that we use, and we were going to go and look back to reassess those services. So is the recommendation after the assessment from last month and came back through? And so I guess my additional question, Dr. Taylor, did it, I don't know if it went back through where, what committee it would have gone through, because it didn't go through FFT, so, and CNI, so.
So from my perspective and my understanding of the previous conversations, the concerns of the residency check were never about the services, but how they were deployed.
Right.
If I'm misunderstanding that, please, we can discuss further. I don't recall if this was discussed in any committees that I participated in, but I do recall in our executive committee, we discussed again that this was services that we felt were needed for our district. However, they would be used in a much more thoughtful way based on the reflections that we've heard. But it is a need of ours, unfortunately, sometimes.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Okay, so any other discussion? Seeing none? That's right, doesn't have a hand up. Okay, closing discussion on the action items presented by Dr. Taylor. Can we move to a roll call vote? Sorry, I lost the language there for a second.
No problem.
Mr. Burnside, can you please call the roll?
Okay, just to repeat, this is for 4192 through 4202, with 4202 be severed.
And 4201, right? Which I asked to.
4201, I did not sever that in my motion. Was there a need to sever 4201 as the board goal?
I would like to.
So, all right. So Ms. Butler, we already went through that?
Move, discuss.
I did raise it.
I didn't hear it.
I did raise. Okay.
I didn't either. I don't
I
mind.
did raise it prior.
I did not hear that. Okay.
Oh, I can pull back my motion and reset it, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay,
It was raised. It was out of order.
okay.
Okay.
So 4201, the entire resolution, just want to be sure? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. I will withdraw my previous motion and restate. I present to the board for consideration 4192 through 4200 and 4202 minus B, and that's it, right? Okay, all right.
And can we get a second again?
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Manny, for a second. Back open for discussion. The action items listed by Dr. Taylor. Seeing none? Closing. Moving to roll call. Mr. Burnside?
Board Member Wright?
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield?
Yes.
Board Member Siders?
Yes.
Board Member Saban?
Yes.
Board Member Malaspina?
Yes. Yep. Noting the recusal from the.
Board Member Manny?
Yes.
Board Member Cuddle?
Yes.
Board Member Bergen?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Burnside. Dr. Taylor?
Yes, so now we would present 4201, revised board goals.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Manny. Open for discussion. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, closing discussion. Mr. Burnside, please take roll call.
Board Member Bergen?
Yes.
Board Member Cuddle.
Yes.
Board Member Manning.
Yes?
Board Member Malaspina.
No.
Board Member Saban.
Yes.
Board Member Siders.
Yes.
Board Member Winkfield.
Yes.
Board Member Wright.
No.
Motion passed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Burnside.
One more,
Yep,
4201B.
4201B,
4202B.
sorry, 4202B. Yes, yes, that's what you're accused from. Okay, any discussion? Who seconded that? Or, oh. Board Member Manning.
Thank you.
Any discussion? No discussion, closing discussion. Mr. Burnside, could you please call the roll?
Board Member Wright.
Yes.
Board Member Winkfield.
Yes.
Board Member Siders.
Yes.
Board Member Saban.
Yes.
Board Member Manning.
Yes?
Board Member Cuddle.
Yes.
Board Member Bergen.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. That concludes the action items for this evening. Now moving on to our second public speaks. This public speaks is the general public speaks. Mr. Bonds, do we have any second public speaks, either in queue, verbal, or written, submitted?
Please allow me a moment to take a look.
I couldn't hear you, Mr. Bonds, I'm sorry.
Please give me a moment to take a look.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Bonds.
We're waiting. I'd like to wish a happy birthday to all the Virgo people out there.
We have one additional. I'll send it to you.
Okay, thank you. I'll check now. Thank you, Mr. Bonds. Second. Okay, thank you, Mr. Bonds. Okay, I've opened the one public speaks to comment section. Ms. Butler, the comment is listed as an anonymous person with a fake email address that's not filled in. So per our guidelines, we do not, that there are no public speaks then. Okay, and then, okay, and so that concludes public speaks number 2. All right. Now we are on new business. Does any colleague or board member have new business? Board member Siders?
All right, hello. Let's see, I wanted to bring up an item that we started discussing at CNI. The item was around whether or not we should record CNI meetings. Part of that discussion, or or one, at least one comment I made during the meeting was, in regards to our CNI meetings, our committee meetings of the whole, it's our meeting. The only way that we can all attend these meetings are for them to occur in public. So I am not supportive of recording the meetings. I think that if folks from the public are not able to attend, that there are minutes that are made available, just like all our other committee meetings. And I'd like us to make a commitment to ensure that those meetings or meeting minutes are uploaded on the district website timely. I did check tonight and I didn't see them out there tonight. But if we can commit to ensuring that that occurs, I don't see why we need to record our committee meetings. So I invite the board to have a discussion about that.
Can I just share that? So our expected protocols are that after you report out tonight, tomorrow they are uploaded. So if that, just to not steal the thunder of the chairs as they are reporting, if that is, if there's a suggestion to change that, we're open to listening.
Board Member Manning, then Board Member Malaspina.
Well, yeah. So I guess, I mean, I understand the complexity of storing video and that this is also our staff is presenting and trying to share information as, with the board. So could we also, so I don't need the video, but one of the things I would like us to think about is also then sharing the agenda in advance so that the public would at least know what's up for it. That would just be, you know, if the committee is moving towards not storing it, I would at least ask that the agenda be stored.
I guess my question would be, the difference between this committee and the others is simply more folks are there. So if we're shifting our mechanism of sharing, would that happen for others for consistency's sake or not?
Point of order, are we allowed to have a discussion back and forth, or is it one comment per person?
At this point, you're really just raising it for new business.
Okay.
Whether you're going to discuss it.
Okay. Okay. So I just like, you know, Dr. Taylor, one of the reasons we moved to committee of the whole for CNI was the effort to limit the number of presentations during our monthly business meeting, as well as to share with the public the magnitude of the work that the district is currently undertaking, right? All of us have either chaired CNI or been on CNI, and it is just a huge, I mean, it is what we do, right? It is, so I would just like us to think a little bit broader than it's not just another committee that we just happen to have more people at, but again, I just share that.
Board Member Malaspina.
I mean, Ms. Manny just stated that we moved to the committee of a whole because of the magnitude of the work, and it is. This is the most important committee we have is CNI, and it doesn't take anything to store this video. It is being streamed to YouTube. It literally is just turning it on so that people can see it after. It doesn't take anything. It is not something that is hard for us to do. We are doing it now, and I don't understand why, especially with the magnitude of the work that needs to be done, we are not being as transparent as possible and making it so that everybody has a chance to see it when they want to. Not everybody can be at the meeting at, 6 o'clock on a Thursday. And to have we should be making it available so that everybody can understand exactly what we are doing in CNI. That's why we moved to a committee of the whole. And I think for transparency's sake, and it really doesn't take anything extra to do this, that we should be broadcasting these meetings, or at least having a link.
Thank you, Board Member Malaspina. I see you going for the button, Board Member Saban. Ms. Butler, for just a point of order reference, or process point. So can we then, through the open discussion, would it be admissible then to say that we can perhaps move the discussion to a decision for a vote at the next CNI meeting?
And do that, or if you want to set up, if you want to include it as part of your discussion at the next board meeting, you include a motion and then you discuss it then.
Right, yeah, that's what thank you, Board Member May. Yeah, I'm the next.
I was just going to add, could we at this point make it the first topic discussed at the next CNI meeting for consideration of vote at the next board meeting, perhaps?
Okay. Does that sound agreeable?
Sorry, I need to see that
Okay.
on the thing.
All right.
I have my hand.
Oh, Ms. Wright, I'm so sorry. My head's on a swivel right now. Ms. Wright, go ahead.
I can imagine. You know, I don't want to be like Wilson Pickett and wait till the midnight hour. So I'll just say, you know, I really think it should be recorded. You know, not everyone can make meetings and can't depend on minutes to record everything that was discussed. And for me, it's really good to see presentations by staff. So I just say, why not? I mean, that's the purpose of it. And we want to be more transparent. It seems that every time we open up, we close the door, sort of like Bruno Mars says. Let's leave the door open.
Thank you, Board Member Wright. And I think that within the open discussion we just had, with that in mind of wanting to ensure that best practices and better communication, that we're moving to Dr. Taylor's suggestion of putting it on first on the agenda at the next CNI meeting for consideration for the next board meeting for us. So thank you, Dr. Taylor. Thank you, Board Member Wright. Is there any other new business? I have new business. I just want to be quickly, I'm mindful of the hour. The new business that I was just going to bring up was actually two things. One is just to thank my board colleagues again for the passage of the suicide prevention and intervention policy as September is Suicide Prevention Month and Awareness Month. I know that even many of our students will be attending the Walk for Suicide Prevention that is happening in Essex County, and I just want to acknowledge that as well, and the work of the district and our staff in helping support student social, emotional, mental health, especially as a return to school and during Suicide Prevention Month, and recognizing the students that are also walking for suicide prevention and awareness for the National Walk. And then the second item that I have is, Dr. Taylor, will we be getting a readout report presentation from the task force next month? I believe there's been some questions.
Yes, so we had our well, we hope, I won't say hope, right? Our last combating sexual assault task force meeting was Friday, and we bridged it with our new Title IX committee meeting because a lot of the same folks are on there. Everyone has contributed to a draft of our recommendations. I'm giving it a final review. And my question to the EC was going to be, what was the preferred method of sharing these recommendations via, I know we have lots of presentations, but it could just be a simple Friday packet drop off and questions to take from that. Whatever the preferred method, we will support that.
And I think when we originally had committed as a board to that resolution, I believe we had envisioned it might be maybe attached to a superintendent's update perhaps, but that's for further discussion.
I can reread the resolution and then just adhere to it, if that's the suggestion.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Okay, well, that concludes, new,
My hand is up again.
sorry, sorry, Board Member Wright, I see your hand.
It's okay. I really had two things. One was, I wanted to ask about the training that's going on now for the Title IX team. And, like to know how the training has been going for Dr. Perez. And I'd also like to, mention, without really bringing it up, the bundled resolutions that we had. I think we need to go back to revisit that so that we can separate and vote accordingly, without mentioning those resolutions that I'm speaking of. We need to do that.
Thank you, Board Member Wright. We actually, Dr. Perez, through her work and her training, has enabled us to push out to our administrators training on Title IX through our Canvas system. So we had our administrators experiencing Canvas the way that our students sometimes do, all the way to myself. And I won't speak for Dr. Perez. I know that she has lauded the work of the Title IX resource that she has identified. If you would like, we could share that perhaps in the next Personnel Committee as a report out, and then share that with the full board as a committee report.
If I could just make one clarifying point, Dr. Taylor. It wasn't just administrators who have been trained. Right now, we have been working on all of the staff district-wide to be trained, and we are nearing close to that, from paras to custodians to bus drivers, all the way up, as Dr. Taylor said, to the top. In particular, for the team members of the Title IX Task Force, they have not only been identified, but they have already had specific training either already provided to them, or it is upcoming, so that they become well-versed in their specific roles as it applies to both the policy and to what we're trying to do in the district in terms of sexual assault, the Sexual Assault Task Force overall. As for me, I will be starting my training again, just to make sure I refamiliarize myself with what has been going on with everything that we've been doing. As Dr. Taylor said, a few things had to stop, but this will certainly be starting up again for me, so that I can be on the same page with the team members moving forward.
That's a great correction, Dr. Perez. Thank you. And it's not just watching a video, right? There's a quiz at the conclusion of this work, so it is very informative. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Perez and Dr. Taylor. Ms. Butler, so that concludes new business. Read the meeting statement.
You didn't,
Yeah.
you didn't discuss nobody, Ms. Wright mentioned about the unbundling of the resolutions from past board meetings that Ms. Wright and I have asked to have occur, the revoting on the resolutions, and we still haven't. I said we are still waiting on, I guess, clarification, last I know, as to if we are allowed to revote. Yes, I guess, board member.
Yes, I thought we were going to possibly have an opportunity to discuss that during executive session tonight. And I can certainly do a memo to for President Joshua, who is the head of policy, and to Dr. Taylor, discussing the I can do that tomorrow.
Okay, that would be nice if it was shared with the whole board.
Thank you, Ms. Butler. Okay, so that concludes new business. Okay, so the next meeting, the Board of Education's Curriculum Instruction Committee, which is a committee of a whole, will meet in public on Tuesday, October 12th, 2021 at 5:30 PM utilizing an online video conference platform. Since this is not a board meeting, the public is welcome to watch, but there will not be any public comments or official actions taken. The Board of Education will meet in closed session on Monday, October 18th, 2021 at 6:30 PM in the Superintendent's office at 525 Academy Street, Maplewood, New Jersey, as well as using the online video conference platform to discuss personal and legal issues, negotiations, and other matters to be announced at a later date. Immediately following the closed session, the Board of Education will meet in public session at 7:30 PM in the District Meeting Room, 525 Academy Street, Maplewood, New Jersey, in person, and utilizing an online video conference platform, which will include the hearing of individuals. The community can view the meeting by the following steps below that will be listed on the agenda. If there are members of the community who would like to attend the meeting in person, please note that masks and social distancing are required in accordance with the guidance received from the local DOH and the CDC. Action will be taken. Do I have a motion to adjourn tonight's?
I motion. Aye.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Aye.
Aye, thank you. That is unanimous, Ms. Butler. And next, can I have a second to adjourn?
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Saban. All in favor? Aye, that is unanimous, Ms. Butler. Thank you to our student representatives for surviving your first board meeting with us this long and in person. And we have 5 minutes before midnight, so thank you. It's still Monday. Thank you to the public, and that concludes tonight's meeting.